Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. 7 p.m. on Saturday night. This is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness. We have arrived at our second chance for this month, because as I mentioned, this entire year, it's already 5 years of your weekly stop of classic gaming goodness, independently run and driven by what you all have to say in the best chat on Twitch, every time. I've said we're going to go back and play some games we've played before for the show, but in a different context. And tonight we got a game that I actually streamed on this weekend 2 years ago in a different way. And actually it's the game that made me want to do this to begin with, because it's a game that when we recorded it the first time, it was the first time I ever had issues with my microphone in terms of the audio that came out of the game. For some reason, after about half an hour or so, I went back on the footage. I realized that there's a lot of scratchy audio. You hear like a lot of hissing and crackling going on. I didn't realize that until after the show was over. I looked back, I was like, oh my god, I felt awful. My heart sunk, because there's also a case where it's a viewer request, and actually in that case, tonight is going to be the viewer request for June as it's seconding, because they said, well, I first wanted to see Rez, which we played for the Xbox 360 before. That was via Rez HD from 2008. We had a great time doing it, but it's also something that I look back on that audio and said, this is a great game in terms of sound. Like, yeah, that happened. I spent the last 2 years trying to figure out what's going on, what's the reason behind it. I said, let's try everything I got. Let me hardwire all my tech together, make sure that's not the case. Let's try a new mic. That was actually a problem with itself, as far as the other mic I have, a newer one, having its own problems that I can't really use it for. I tried every single thing I could figure out, and basically what it came down to is, as it went along, I realized, okay, for a lot of this stuff, is it a case where it's only where I'm living? But then I realized, oh, it did happen somewhere I was not living, that we did a show of a couple months ago. And I said, all right, fine. New place as far as new Super Bowl Game Saturday studio from last year about this time. And I said, okay, that'll fix it. No, it didn't fix it. The highest internet I can have running to make sure everything's going smoothly for the show. But it didn't work, so I said, the new way we're doing this is that every so often I'm going to do pulls of the microphone just to make sure that that fixes the problem, which it does. And I know that from past shows that we've done for this, and realized later that we had those issues. But basically me explaining all that is saying that that bugged me so much, I want to get this going, even though this is an independent program. I just do for fun every week. But still a case where, when you ask for a game, as far as a viewer request, I take it very seriously. If I get a case like that, I'm going to say, you know, we're going to come back and play it. In fact, I'm going to show you right now what we are playing. Because I mentioned we played Rez. We are playing Rez again, but we're playing a different version. We're playing Rez Infinite, right here. This came out on the PlayStation 4 first, on October 13th, 2016. It also came out on the PC a little later, and also got an Oculus version for virtual reality on October 13th, 2020. And then on February 22nd of 2023, they ported this to the PlayStation 5. We were playing on the PlayStation 5. I did not actually have PlayStation 5 to play this last time. So I said, what was the best version at that time? It was Rez HD for Xbox 360, which was initially a download game. You can't download anymore because they didn't back compatible for the later Xbox consoles. But there was a release called Cubed that came out that had that game bundled in along with Lumines Live and Every Extend Extra Extreme, which are the brainchilds of Tetsuya Mizuguchi, who started at Sega as United Game Artists, who made this when it came out on the Dreamcast initially, in Japan only. It came out November 22nd, 2001 for the Dreamcast. Then a year later, they brought it out to the PS2 in the US on January 8th of 2002, where it kind of came and went. It didn't sell that great. It sold like 50,000 units. And it became expensive. But over the years, people found this. I found this when I went to a gaming convention and saw it just tucked away in a corner next to where Guitar Hero and Rock Band were, because that was when Guitar Hero 3 was around 2007. I was totally entranced. I heard, oh, they're bringing this to 360? Let me get that right away. And just kept going and going. Even though this game never sold that great, it's something that it got a lot of attention to itself. It got new versions. It got this version, which the PlayStation 4 version is physical, sort of. It was a complicated one. I do have Yoshi popping up with Gemini96. So good to see you tonight. For our second chance of Rez, we're playing Rez Infinite for the PlayStation 5 tonight. So good to see you tonight for this. I know you were here when we played it a couple years ago. I'm sorry for the audio problems. I'm going to make sure we avoid that this time. Also, I have the benefit of knowing what you were mentioning last time we got to the end of this game, where it kind of goes in directions similar to EarthBound, which, based on the notes, I don't know if they had that on their minds. And also, in a lot of ways, I'm taking the notes I had for this a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, actually, on this weekend. But yeah, so good to see you tonight. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for joining the show. Hello, everyone. Hello, DollyFinn. We've got the regular crowd shuffling in clearly tonight. So good to see you, DollyFinn, for the show tonight. We're playing Rez Infinite for the PlayStation 5. It's also on PS4. It's on PC and it's Oculus. So there's virtual reality version. And the PS5 version does have virtual reality, but I do not have the VR2 headset for it. Probably should do that at some point. I probably should look into it. I think I said at one point they discontinued it. I was totally wrong because they are showing it Sony's State of Play the other day. Still alive and well. And clearly the people who made this are going to be using it. So good to see you. Feel free to let memories full on Rez, and also this version if you played Infinite, which has extra stuff. So yeah, we're going to go through the game as we did before on this weekend 2 years ago. But we got new stuff, particularly Area X. That's the main difference as far as what they added, as well as a lot of other technical things. I'm going to get myself started as far as booting the game up, and then we're going a little bit of spiel on it. As mentioned, this came out in 2001 on the Dreamcast in Japan only, and then the PlayStation 2 got it in 2002 here. And then it was on 360, and then also got the versions as far as it. And also, it's, we're also getting indication that it's 7% off until June 11th. Hi, Protorova, so good to see you tonight for Rez Infinite. It's on Steam, yeah, for the Steam version. I don't know if it's on sale on PS5. We're playing the PS5 version. So good to see you tonight. Feel free to let memories flow on Rez. We're doing it again because we had audio problems we did 2 years ago. This game originally was developed by United Game Artists. That was Tetsuya Mizuguchi's company, his arm of Sega, that being initially AM9. They merged into Sonic Team in 2003. It was Tetsuya Mizuguchi who had it, who also made Space Channel 5. He also made... we would go on to make other stuff like Lumines on PSP. Tetris Effect. He made Sega Rally initially. In fact, that was where he got the idea of this game. Saying, hey, for the purpose of this... He was doing research for Sega Rally in Europe, and he saw the street parade music events going on. And he said, hey, there's people drawn into music. He said, what can we do to put that into a game? And also put it into kind of a bit of a... Okay, it's a weird one. It's a music game, sort of, but it's also a flight shooter, kind of like Panzer Dragoon, and fitting because a lot of the people who worked on Panzer Dragoon over Team Andromeda were involved with this in terms of helping develop it. And then this company turned into Q Entertainment. And that turned to Resonair, you just saw on the intro. And that's the company he has. He's still working at it specifically. He also is currently working on a new game, that being Lumines Arise, which they announced at Sony's State of Play a couple of days ago, which is basically going to be a 20th anniversary celebration of that PSP puzzler that does have styles of Tetris Effect and Tetris Effect connected, which we do have to do stuff with that eventually. As far as coming back to it for a full show, I'm going to think about other stuff. I'll go on that later. As I mentioned, we played this a couple of years ago, but due to the audio issues, I wanted to do it again and do it with this new version, which the new case of it is Area X. We're going to show that off later. We will go through the main story of the game. It's kind of a little bit of an oblique story, but a really good case of itself, as we also have our settings of music, sound effects. I want that bumped up. Brightness, HDR I have on, as well as point display for the score tack elements and heads-up display. Also, just to let you know, because of the audio problems we had before, after every stage, or basically also, I think, after every stage, I'm going to do a mic pull, because I do not want to have that happen again, because it was Electrus who recommended this game the first time. I felt bad we had those issues before, but that being said, it's something they said, we're going to come back to this and we're going to play it. By the way, this game was directed, I'll go into this brief spiel on it. Tetsuya Mizuguchi was one of the producers. He was involved in the game, but its director was a little different. That was Jun Kobayashi, who directed this version in particular, which also, this is running on Unreal Engine 5. It was the Unreal Engine 4 that I believe the PS4 version ran that way. I don't remember if the PC version ran that way. I don't know if the Oculus version did either. But PS5, I know it's Unreal Engine 5. Which definitely the big buzzword at the Summer Games Fest thing last night, as far as hearing Unreal Engine 5. Including advertisement for Unreal Engine, as was the case. Let's see. His other credits is he did a localization on Skullgirls, which is a fighting game from the PS4 era about an audio on Puyo Puyo on the Dreamcast. Or Puyo Puyo N, I think was the name. Yeah, I'm looking at my old notes on this one because I did have all this stuff, so I didn't necessarily want to... I'm not going to necessarily bastardize what we did before, but I do want to say, hey, I got page in the notes, at least use them. And also go into the idea that the thought was that after Space Channel 5 was made, and there's also ties to Space Channel 5 in it, as well as far as unlockable stuff, they said, how can we make a shooter that's non-violent to pull in casual players and also get the idea of people reacting to music? So they pitched this to Sega at the time. They were kind of questioning about what was that going to be. So like, I don't know, we're not sure about this. But then they showed them the prototype and said, okay, we see this now. Absolutely way to go for the purpose of showing this game. And also, to see if there's other stuff going on this. I guess about Mizuguchi himself, as I mentioned, his other credits include Space Ship 5, as I mentioned, Child of Eden, which is kind of the spiritual successor to this game for Xbox 360 and PS3, Every Stand Extra, which is on PSP, 99 Nights 2, and Peggle Dual Shot for DS, as is the case. And I think with that, we can get ourselves started. And also stuff with music, I will give credits to the music as well. We have a couple modes as far as this. There is traveling mode, lets you go through the stages of areas 1, 2, 3, and 4 without a game over. In case you can't play stage 5 that way, though. You can do score attacks on each of them. We will show stuff like that. The Beyond mode, we have Direct Assault, where you go through the game with all 5 levels in a row. And as you do that 6 or so times, you unlock other elements of itself. And then also Lost Area. Okay, I don't want to do Lost Area yet. We'll do this in a second. Let me quit out. This is a new stage. I think they added this in. Actually, I think it was in the original on the PS2, I believe. Transmission, which is a no danger state as far as going into that, because it's all about kind of the atmosphere and kind of drawing players in. Boss Rush, you do have to unlock this by either playing the game for 10 hours, which I think there's some screw with this version in terms of that, because I think I played it for 10 hours and it didn't unlock it for me. And or you go get a shot down rate of 95% in all of the areas when you play. And we have that happen tonight. An option to go with that, but we'll do that a little later. All right, so we're going to start with play. You get 5 areas, which does not sound like it's a whole lot, but this game can be pretty hard. So we'll see how this goes. I have practiced this game a bit because it also meant, hey, me coming back to a game we already played for the show. I said, let's play this again. And it's also me saying, okay, the hard part is over in the sense that I played it the first time. I know what I'm doing. So at that point, just playing kind of for fun and realizing, all right, just building my skills up and playing more and more and more. And if you haven't played this game, as mentioned, it's on, as Protorova was mentioning, it is on sale on Steam this week. I could check if it's on sale on this thing. And it's also on PS4, and there's that disc cubed on Xbox 360 that this is available on. Or you can get on the PS2, where it used to be a lot of money. It's not anymore, because they made so many versions. Okay, so let's start with Area 1. One thing you do lack in this version compared to 360 and PS2 is when you go between the areas, you used to go Area 1, Area 2, Area 3, Area 4, Area 5. You don't get that in this. By the way, we'll link back to the show we did for this the first time. As I mentioned, you're going to watch that. Mute the, I don't know if it's the left or right speaker. It's always the one that's worse than the other. I'll indicate that below, but I'm not going to put a playlist for this when I do a YouTube edit for this in a couple of days. And I'll also have the link that has our second chance shows where games we played before under a different context are present and played again. Maybe with better stuff, but also maybe cases of games we had played before we don't have recordings of, or other stuff as it is, as we are at our 6th one for this year. Okay, so we are going to go through these in order. I will also go in elements of the music for each of the people involved. You're seeing on the screen what they are. The music here for Area 1, that being Buggy Running Beeps, which was performed by Keiichi Sugiyama. His case is he did music for Daytona USA for the Dreamcast, which we played a couple months ago, as well as Nightshade on the PlayStation 2, music for Sonic Heroes, No More Heroes 2, Desperate Struggle for the Wii, and sound design on Skies of Arcadia for the Dreamcast. Both the Blinks the Time Sweeper games, that being Blinks the Time Sweeper and Blinks 2 Masters of Time and Space for Xbox, as well as Rule of Rose on the PlayStation 2. Good luck getting a copy of that for cheap. Good luck getting it re-released again. And the Typing of the Dead for the Dreamcast we played prior. As far as the music credits, we're going to get that with each level, because I think they want to say up front and center. Let's celebrate the music. Let's go. Let's have our nice trancey elements. I'm going to do a mic pull just for Sandy's sake, because I do not want anything to go wrong with this one. And thank you so much for just joining the show tonight. And thank you also to Electverse, who recommended this game a couple years ago. We're doing it right. There's not going to be any limits this time. I'll pull mic, and then we're going to get ourselves started. Also, by the way, when I do edit for the purpose of the YouTube site, I'm also going to edit out all of the dead noise when it comes to cases where there's no music or audio going for the purpose of pulls. Let's go to Area 1. If you've never played this game before, I'll give another spiel of what it is. It's like Space Harrier or Panzer Dragoon a little bit, in the sense you have moving left and right with the left analog stick. Hold the X button. You can also set it to be R2 if you so desire. Hold that button and lock onto targets. You can lock up to 8 of them and shoot, and goes doot. And adds one more beat with each hit you get as you go along. As you hit the X button on its own, this drum beat. When you see this square here, hit it once, and then target onto it to max it to 8 and go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I was going too fast with that. You do a breach of the area. You're basically going in layers. You're in a computer. That's the way the story goes. And music's going to pick up more. And also, one thing I didn't mention, when it comes to the options of this game, you have the ability to use the trans vibrator, an option for that, which is mirroring something that was on the PlayStation 2 game, and I don't know if the Dreamcast version had this too. There's an accessory the PS2 had, which was a USB vibrator of sorts, and if you're thinking, hey, sexual thing, yeah, not wrong. They openly said, yeah, people might use it for that. It is a case where it has a washable nylon cover to itself. It's like a square, as far as what this thing is. And you're saying, what do they really want to do? Well, fine. They said people are probably going to use it for that purpose, so let's not lie here. But they said the main reason for that is saying, why don't you have a case where you're playing a game single player like this, and there's no multiplayer for the purpose of this game, just to let you know. Why don't you have a case where you turn on the other controllers, in this case the DualSense for the PlayStation 5, you have another one of those, turn the trans vibration option on, have the controller rumble with the beats and music, so like boop, boop, boop. So if you have your techno stuff, this is your techno dance party for Saturday night, for sure tonight. As you get that item, you basically do a shot onto that, that locks on and increases your levels. You get the one with the circle that's blue, you get 3 of those items in the bars, you get it filled up, and there we go, got the 1, that's gonna give me 1. I get a level up. You get more powerful shots, and also you gotta be careful when you hear a drum beat going boom. That means you're getting shot at. If you get shot, you're going to lose your level and go down. If you go down too low and get hit, that is game over. You have to start the entire area over again. In Area 5, I do not want that to happen because Area 5 is a case where we're gonna be there for about half an hour. It's long, that's good stuff. All right. Also, you cannot do the opening of each layer at the end. If you don't, you basically just continue on. You get analyzation percentages by doing this. And sometimes they give it to you really quick depending on the area, and also because this is the first one. You boom. You see those bullets. As we're pointing out, you can sometimes lock onto them. But sometimes it's gonna be so quick, you have to hit the X button for the purpose of just shooting down at them. And the bullets are invisible. It's almost like EarthBound Jim that way, in a sense. It's a shooting game or element with shooting. You don't see the bullets, but you're seeing that, oh, they are still hitting everything. So they designed this game really well for that. As you're getting deeper, deeper, and look how trippy it is, almost like a vaporwave case of itself. Well, that's clear what they're going for. I have an overdrive. You find one of those red orbs that's flying around. You do a shot on it to suck it in. And what happens there is that when you hit the circle button, at least on this console, it's circle. I think it's B for 360 when we played it there. You basically have a shot option that shoots off bullets and things, everything on the screen for a short amount of time, about 8 seconds so, I think. And at that point, what you do is it means that you can get yourself shooting. You don't have to worry about actually firing. It'll basically shoot everything automatically. If you're in a jam, you're being surrounded, you're seeing there's a lot of shots going on, hold on to that thing and then hit the circle button when you need it, which is what I'm going to do. As we're going to level 7. Each area, by the way, has 10 layers to themselves. As you're seeing here, it's getting a little more advanced with the enemies going on. They'll shoot out more. Some take multiple hits. Not everything is going to take one. There you go. Boom. I do love that. The idea that it's really timing the music to the gameplay and also being this kind of unique mix of saying, how do you do an on-rails shooting game? Very much like Panzer Dragoon, although unlike Panzer Dragoon, you're not moving left and right to aim in certain directions. You're usually facing ahead. You can kind of adjust yourself as you go, but it's not. But usually those changes look backwards or the sides. Those will happen automatically in this game, as opposed to Panzer Dragoon, where in that game you have an option to do that as you go. I mean, in a way, it also is something that, when you think about the on-rails case, you think of games like Gallagher, perhaps, or stuff like Star Fox, well, some of the Star Fox games anyway, like Super Nintendo 64 and things like that. We're counting on rails, and you have a lock-on element, like with Star Fox 64 is that example, going for that anyway. But something where you basically keep your shots going and just be careful as you go. But as you're seeing there, like I'm getting a level up. And also for pointing out, as you get level ups on levels, they will carry over to the next one, unless you go back to the menu when you come out. We will not do the going back to the menu. Here, and I do love that style as well. It's very satisfying, so it's something that, it feels good as far as the shots, and also feeling the rumble on my end. Because you're like, it's pulsating the beat, but as you make shots, you have it going on with each of the hits you go. And you get more points when you have them in a bigger chain, but sometimes you can't afford to wait. So you have to make a decision as you go along. Make sure, do I want to necessarily shoot quickly, or shoot 1 down or 2 down, or try and get them all and like put myself in vulnerability. We get more points for that as we're going into our first boss. I do love as the music's getting intense now. Okay, so the system's trying to shut down and trap us inside, so we have Earth Terror. This is our first boss. For the bosses, what you normally want to do is you want to pay attention to maximize your chains. As you go, you have that sting going, bong. But pay attention to the primary colors on the screen. In that case, you're seeing the green. There's usually going to be bullets as far as this. So you have to go for aiming in the center, and you have that orb on the side for the purpose of all the things you have to shoot down. But you also have to be careful that, yeah, those shots come at me. I don't want my stuff to go down or my level to go down. And we see the green as far as those shot areas to shoot at those, because they can shoot out bullets like that. There's a lot you have to pay attention to, and it's something that it is kind of oblique, but it's also something that, in all honesty, it's not something, at least to me. Feel chat to go into this if you know, or if you played this game yourself as well. I'm gonna also use the overdrive now. It's going totally nuts. That it seems maybe it's disorienting. I mean, it's a tough thing to make a game like this and say, how do I know what's going on? What are those words going on there on the left-hand corner of the screen? Those, by the way, are what you're hitting at. And there's just shoot-off thing, like I'm hitting the core, I'm hitting the shell, I'm hitting fire as far as the chains I'm getting off of 7 or 8, which is the max. And the weak point, by the way, is in the center right there. But just pay attention when you hear the shots going on, and sometimes listen to the music for the purpose of that, which I do love that. So it adds a unique level of challenge, not just in terms of what you're seeing in terms of the shooter, which usually is what happens, but especially for this one, saying it's also about what you hear. And also, you're really close. Okay, there we go. And it going more intense as the health getting down the digga. It's so good as far as hearing that. Shoot. You're also getting a good rhythm here. Boom, boom. It's unbelievable. If you've not played this game, I cannot recommend it highly enough. And if you have the system or a way to play the Infinite version, it is the definitive version. Not that it's deficient on everything else, but if you have the best option for the best one, go with that. Although, if you only have PlayStation 2, do not use it as an excuse to say, no, I don't think I should play this. Play it. It's really good, and it doesn't cost a fortune like it used to. And I think the re-release had something to do with it, but he's in his final form now. And what that is, he goes in the ring there. You have to shoot off the green, and the reason you shoot off the green above anything else is he shoots those saw blades out. Which, if you are getting too overwhelmed, perhaps, or focusing on other stuff, you might miss. But you will hit him in the center as you go, so as long as you stay in the center, pay attention to where the rings are going. And depending on the version of this, there's a gigaform you go through. He'll have only one of those rings. But for the terraform, you go through the main game starting with nothing as far as your power-ups and things. He's going to be like this. Just make sure you basically move side to side. We got him. Alright, so that's security failure as far as it. We are going into the next level. Boom. And this is sort of, not flashing lights, I guess, but just kind of a overstimulation warning, but it's good stuff as we got our total. So analyzation is 100%. Shot down 98.81, and items picked up 100. You can sometimes do differently if you don't analyze everything, but there you go. And we're running towards the core. Okay, and I got Beyond Player Select 4th Form unlocked by playing, I think, as long as I have. For the purpose of that, or also because I got the... No, I gotten 100% on everything for the purpose of this. But it also shows there, you unlock each of those areas as you go along. Because I played this game before, everything's set. But alright, with that, we're going to Area 2. For Area 2, our music is going to be Protocol Rain by Myst. Which, from what I can gather, looking back at my notes trying to remember this, this was, I think, a band connected with Ken Ishii, who did music for... Actually, he did music tracks in other games of Q Entertainment, Resonair, all them, as far as it. Like Let It Ride out of Lumines 2 on PSP. The theme of Godzilla out of Godzilla Generations, Maximum Impact for the Dreamcast was something we didn't get here. And, yeah, with that, I think we're going to be going on. I just want to make sure there's nothing I'm forgetting on the notes. Okay, we're good. Let's do Area 2. And with Area 2, they're going to be getting the ante upped as we go. But we are still in our last form as far as level. There are... well, I'll get a sense as far as we get closer to levels, but yeah, we have more enemies going on there. If you're going 100% shot, you have to be very specific as far as hitting everything down. I'm not necessarily going for that, but still something to keep an eye on if you are. So, but it's also one of those games that you can kind of play it over and over again to kind of get your better score going on. And also the score tag, the track score. In this case, we went backwards and it did that on purpose. But in this case, we have, I guess, like the light trails, like the light rails, if you've ever seen the movie Tron. Or anything in connection with that, either other movies, other games that they've had, which we're going to show off one of those in our Delicious Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2 at the end of the year. And also, like the TV show, because I know there's a TV show of Tron from a couple years ago. Alrighty. Let's go down the layer. Yeah, this game is awesome. I love this game so much, and as I said, it is a little bit of a... It's kind of a... Okay, it's not a selfish thing as far as me coming back to this. It's I felt bad with the audio problems before. I want to avoid that. If you're hearing any audio problems, please let me know. For the love of God, I will do something to stop it. But I think the way I've got it going, I think we should be okay. But if you do, let me know so I can get that going. So is that, but also in case I get to play this great game again. I have nothing else that's, I guess, a good thing when it comes to second chance shows, because it means that if we played a game before, it's okay. I can play it a different way. I have enhanced tech. I maybe have a different way of showing it, of which of the games we've done so far this year. We did that with, last month, Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed. Kind of like this, in the sense that the power of a newer console lets us take this great game, or that great game, this great game too, and have more going on and stronger tech. Also running HDR for the purpose of this, because the PS5 has support for that. And it is good stuff as you go. Whoa! Oh, there we go. And usually it's worth pointing out, if you do lock-ons on enemies, usually, as long as you let go of the button right before they go off screen, you will usually hit them. But not always a guarantee. As we're in to layer level 5 on this one. And the colors, oh my god. The colors in this game are unbelievable. Also very stylish. And these enemies, you gotta be careful around them, because what they'll do is they'll come around, they'll put a shield up. If you don't kill them, you can run into that shield and you take damage for that. So what you do is when you see them, do lock on to kill them, because if you kill them all and hit every shot out of them, you can also shoot them down with your rocket shots or your normal shots by hitting that X button right in front of them. It basically will make it go down as far as that. So just kill them first thing you can. You're kind of like the glass shattering, sort of, but it's also kind of in the element of music as far as how it sounds. Boom. Okay, level 6. Those are the things you have to be careful of. One of the things you have to be careful of the most. That and things that shoot at you. They take 4 hits, by the way, and you can also... Yeah, that thing, also the circle, you want to go get that. The STX nest. And thank God they show the enemy names on the screen that way. It's almost like a Castlevania game that way. In the sense that I don't have to say, where are these things again? Uh-oh. Alright, there's the next layer. And you don't have to take the layers, I'm just taking the layers. I'm so used to taking it. And it is so satisfying just to kind of go deeper in. Ooh, okay, now we get these cycles, actually going to the Tron thing, like the light cycles a little bit. They take a lot of hits, you usually have to lock onto them with like, let's see, 6. But usually they'll shoot out things, so you want to make sure you avoid that. And also, yeah, basically hover your way over those blue and red shots when you see them. And, you know, I'm using this as, yeah, we are now the learned man, I guess, or like the boy in the plastic bubble or the metal bubble, whatever it is. Yeah, I guess that's the idea, we're kind of learning our aspect, and that goes to aspect of this plot, as we'll get to later. Because there's a story to this, it's like kind of more elliptical, and now this is where things get a little harder, because for these things you have these light chains, you get, yeah, shoot out when they're shooting the light, and make sure you take out each of the tentacles on the side, because otherwise they will hit you. And it helps to kind of focus on the center, but also focus on the sides, because if they shoot, and shoot, they, take a listen, that's what you have to do. Listen to the music, really, the way the Doobie Brothers once said, but in this case, way more. But if you take out the core at the start before they start shooting, you can avoid that, but it's also something that you might not be able to do that in time. It's kind of a time management thing, and that's what makes this game so interesting. Think about what's the strategy is. What are the mechanics of this game really doing for the purpose of a shooting game like this? Even more than some of the other games that I mentioned that there's kind of similarities to. Even get something like Panzer Dragoon, I don't know if you have to necessarily think to quite the degree, I mean, you do have to in that game, because that game, those games get really hard for some cases themselves too. But the way you have to think about it for this game, it fits for this world, but it's also something that it is not just saying, oh yeah, it's just like something else. It's all its own. Especially the presentation, the way it's kind of bringing you into this computer world. Yeah, no other game I can think of, even for this company, has necessarily went to this degree, even though there are similarities of things where the aura might be similar. But even then, even this game's kind of sort of sequel, Child of Eden, is not exactly like this. Uh-oh. In that case, I couldn't do it, so I couldn't get rid of it in time, so I said, fine, screw it, I'm just gonna shoot the laser down. Okay, there you go. Okay, so if you focus on that, you have that going, but also you have other hits to hit as well. And those do count as hit areas, so if you're going for a 100% shot down, you have to take that into account. It's worth pointing out one of them. We're at the boss now, but the bosses do not count for the shot down, by the way. I guess, actually, no, you don't have to kill them. If you're able to survive before, in fact, it says in the message here, this isn't trying to shut down, trapping you inside, so our boss here is Mars Giga. Till it's destroyed or self-destruct. So that does mean, yeah, you can wait it out if you can survive. This is one you don't want to necessarily survive for. Pay attention to the yellow. Anything that's yellow, destroy it on sight, because these things can hurt bad and they can overwhelm you if you're not careful. In this case, it starts with the yellow tentacles there. And there's also a lot of levels you have to go through this in order to get a shot to hit the... hit Earth in the center. Oh. Also, these things, if they come to you too close, you're gonna get yourself hit, so walk on and let go and be quick. And they'll start rotating. Make sure you get them all in a nice sweep. Eventually, they'll have things in the middle. He's not done that yet. We'll see that soon enough. Right there. Basically just focus on the center. You have to hit it, I think, about 8 or so times. It might be random how he does it, because I've often had cases where he won't always do the same thing, although in this case, I have seen him do it multiple times in a row. When you get through that, he'll pop out. You should just keep an eye on him. There's the yellow tentacle opening up. Shoot that. You should just shoot them all down to get rid of them. Yeah, as calming as this game can be and kind of zen-like, it's also something that, yeah, you do it to focus in some ways, but also a case where it can be a little overwhelming. Alright, he is in his form. I can only hit him for a little bit of time. I'm going to use my overdrive because I have it to do a lot of damage. But right there, that's my only opening for now, but I can get him later. I have to pay attention to this. This is probably his worst form yet. Hit the light areas. He'll shoot those bullets out. You do want to take those down, but the light areas that are coming out of those wires there, shoot them so we can't shoot more bullets at you. But if the bullets get too close, again, make sure you lock on them and hit X as much as you can if they get too close. And also follow where the light's going. You can follow how that is in the graphics, so it helps very much for the purpose of how you're playing this. And saying, okay, they're right there, boom. Also sounds really nice and goes well with the music too. By doing that, they will get rid of the trail. Uh-oh. That was lucky. Usually in this level, I tend to get a case where I can get myself in trouble the most because of how many of those layers... Oh, and I got shot. See, that's the other thing. I did get my level down, so I did show that once, but when it happens only the once, I'm okay with that. Because when you do go down level, you're not as powerful as when you're at the higher ones. Actually, I'm probably just one area I should have saved my overdrive, although you have the choice of saying when do you want to use it. And in my case, when it comes to this game, usually when I play it, sometimes I'll think, I'm glad when I use the overdrive in one area, but if I don't have other ones, I might say to myself, maybe I should have waited, but then again, maybe thinking, well, where I used it could have screwed me up if I wasn't careful. In this case, you do have it sort of open, so yeah, it's, for certain areas they'll have that, and there's a little bit of an error in front of yourself to get him, but he will not run away now. As long as you keep maxing him, make sure you don't get in cases of letting the light get towards you, or the light's they're shooting out. You got him. We got him. If we see that bar go away, he can't hurt you, so you're all set. Because that's area 2. Okay, Mars Giga is destroyed. I said Earth. Earth was last level, but Mars is here. So log out. Okay, analyzation 100%, you're going to see that basically all the time. Shot down's 97.61. Now collection 62.50. And sometimes you have to be very specific to get 100%, but either way, we are in. That is the end of Area 2. Alrighty, so next on our list is going to be Area 3, where we have, actually, wait, no, I said Ken Ishii. He's the name of, that's the name of this piece of music he did. Creation, the State of Art, parts 1 through 6. He's what I mentioned on the last level. As far as Myst, okay, I guess I didn't have anything down for that one. So never mind. It was Myst who did the last level for Protocol Rain. It is Ken Ishii did Creation, the State of Art. parts 1 through 6 here for the purpose of that. So, all right, there you go. First, I was looking at my notes and wait a second, why did I not take anything down on Myst? I think I couldn't find anything as far as that. Okay, so with this one, we're set. Let's go to Area 3. Okay, so for this area, you saw on the intro, there's a little bit of a Egyptian look to this in the sense of, I guess, Egyptian and astrological. You're seeing, I think, the sign of Leo when you kill an enemy in kind of a green outline. Yeah, like that. It's really nice to see that. And since I did get more of a chain that way, that does mean that I got an upgrade for basically my levels or an overdrive. So you do want to try and have things locked on as much as you can when you can, but sometimes you have to make that snap decision in the heat of the moment and say, I don't know if I can afford to wait. And you get these kind of squid shell-like things. These things are Hand of ETB. Overdrive node. Okay, there you go. It shows when you have that in line. So I do have another overdrive set to go. Alright. This does lead to a great boss, and the bosses in this game are unbelievable. They're not easy, but they're really good. This is a game, I think, that shows the idea of, you know, the people who made this knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they had a great idea that we've often seen what has come to gaming back then, but also nowadays, too, still, where sometimes they'll have a great idea of something and say, let's bring this to market, and also be able to position it as something that people will look at this, they find it, they say, this is not like other stuff, and it's something that becomes a classic. Maybe if it's even in a case where maybe people don't find it for a while. And I was the same way. I did not come to this game when it came out either, because I didn't have PlayStation 2 at the time. And even at the time when I did get PlayStation 2, this game had then cost a lot of money. But nowadays, no more. It's very readily available on basically anything you want to have it on, unless it's a Nintendo system, because I don't think there's no Nintendo system version of this game, which is surprising because Resonair put stuff of theirs on the Nintendo system. They put Tetris Effect Connected. We showed that off a little bit a couple of years ago. They put up Lumines, which we also showed off as far as the Lumines Remastered case, but not this. I don't know, maybe on Switch 2 they do that? We'll see if they do. And also, I guess, the VR version, which is on this system, but also the Oculus Quest. I think the PC version, I guess you can VR the PC game too, I think. Well, don't quote me on that. And it's also something that's pretty comparable across all the versions as far as Rez Infinite is concerned, in that even on PS4, because Nocturne has this on PS4, she got a freebie years ago, it's something that it still looks and sounds great. And if you have it on PS4, you can also pay to upgrade it to PS5 as well, if you so desire. Which might be worth doing, just because it looks so great. And if you have the PS5 to run it, it's definitely a good way to go. Otherwise, it's like $25, unless it's on sale, but it's on sale massively on PC this week. And it might still be for Sony. I might, I'll check later before we end the show, just because I have the PlayStation 5 up. I can take a look at what that is, just to see if they have it up, because I know they had Tetris Effect Connected up. It's one of those things that I know I have it on the Switch. We played it on the Switch as far as a preview of it. But it's also one of those things that we talked about the VR idea of that game. We could, I guess, do a return to this again for VR look of itself. I almost want to get it again on this system, so I have the VR 2 option. Whoa! And for these snake things, you want to make sure that when they are going on as I am in the orb, that is my highest level for now. Yeah, when you have it shooting out that way, shoot in the center, otherwise you're going to get yourself hurt. But so far, we're doing okay. There's one more form as far as how my levels are going, but we're not going to see that till end of the game. And it does go to plot. You seeing that face up there? What's that about? We'll find out later. In this case, I'm also getting all these surplus power-ups as far as itself, but either way, we got it. I love when the drum machine comes in. I love the elevation of the game as far as how it's going, the way the stages go, but also the way the music plays into that as well. So it goes exactly to what the team was really thinking when they said, we want to make this game. And also, as mentioned, how to position it to Sega, who usually is a case where they'll take a risk on something. Say that about Sega, no question about themselves, but also something where, even then, they're saying, yeah, you did well on Space Channel 5. It was on Dreamcast, so it was not a huge seller, and even by Dreamcast standards, it was not a huge seller either. But they then just showed a prototype, like, here's our idea. That's, I think, the thing about this game. that I think does that wonders, which is, maybe it's a hard game to describe to people, but then when you show them, like, oh yeah, I get it. I still remember, actually, I think it was Electronic Gaming Monthly. I'll see if I have a kind of a link item to their review. They said, I feel like I can't describe this game with words unless I put in like random sound effects of what this game really is all about. And I kind of get that as well, and also something that's very transporting. Because one of those games that, as I mentioned, when I played it at a game convention, just as far as like the floor of people playing stuff, I got into it big, and I just completely drawn in. Could have just been a rumor, but I read somewhere that Rez online once that Aphex Twin was considered for Rez's soundtrack. Really? That is the Bullets for 420 Blaze. It's so good to see you tonight for sure. We're playing Rez Infinite for PlayStation 5. We're doing a second chance. We played the HD version for 360 a couple years ago, but I had audio problems, and I want to make sure we don't have those again. Thank you so much for providing that information for this game, and feel free to let your memories fall on Rez, any version of it. If you played Infinite, and also for that matter, any of the other versions, as we are our boss here for Area 3. That being, let's see, Venus. Venus is a weird one because Venus has the lasers going on here, so you have to kind of aim on the side and make sure the laser's not in your line of sight, lest they hit you. And you can't, by the way, when it comes to your movement, I'm doing aiming. You're not doing cases where you're actually moving out of the way, so you can't move out of the way. So make sure when you see those lasers, shoot them down. As long as you sweep up and down and make sure you take advantage of when you can max it and also when you can get away with maxing it. Like you always see that shoot going up. Boom. Make sure you get rid of them when they're in your line of sight so you don't crash into them. I'm at max level. I don't want to go down, at least not now, just because I'm at max level. It makes the bosses a lot more manageable because your shots will hurt things quicker, I believe. At least it feels like they are. I think also some of the shots might have some spread going on to them from what I understand. If I'm wrong, people let me know. I'll edit myself saying I'm wrong in a couple days when I do the YouTube upload of this. Played on PlayStation 2 and PS4 version is on Steam. I have to pick it up on there. Yeah, Protorov in our chat, he mentioned it's 70% off until June 11th. So, yeah, till Wednesday. They cut the price 70%. It's normally $25 on PS5 and 4, I think. So actually, in that case, it's dirt cheap. So yeah, you have not played Infinite on, or if you want to get it on the PC, yeah, now's the time. Thank you for providing that prototype as well. By the way, we are at this part where you have to hit those monster generation things coming over there. But as you go along, you're basically making another pass to shoot down the cannons that are getting them out. And sometimes they'll get really, 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 really close, and I'm kind of maybe being a little cavalier saying, oh, I don't have to worry about that, but you shoot them down, and then as you come along, shoot down again, just to get them out of the way. Or say, you know what, screw this, let's get our overdrive running. Because we have one of those, so at least we can survive there. I will still make the hits over there, even though I'm not targeting onto them. Actually, if you're going to use your overdrives anywhere on this level, this is the place to use it. Yeah, going into that, yeah, my PS2 is my first experience with this game, too. I played this at Gaming Convention 2007. They had it next to Guitar Hero 3 and Rock Band, and that was right when those games had just... I know, it's 2008 then. Not 2007. Because Rock Band had come out late. Yeah, that was what it was. I'm going to use this now, again, just to make sure that I can set this, because I can manage the rest of the level much easier. And I don't believe... I don't know, I think your overdrives do carry over level, but I think we're good as far as that. As you kill those, fewer enemies come out and get all of them. This opens up. Yeah, I played it on the PS2. It's surrounded by those bigger games, but when I played it, I felt like the world around me just kind of stopped. It was just so focused on this. Like, and everyone was, no, this game is amazing, I gotta play it. And I said, but it costs like $100 back then on the PS2. It doesn't anymore. I think it's like 20, 30 bucks now. I then said, I gotta get this. Like, oh, they're putting this out on 360 soon, or they did. I was like, let me get this. Okay, no, it was 2007, because Rock Band hadn't come out yet. Guitar 2 was around. So I played it. I was like, I want to get this game. It was like, Rez on 360 was coming out in January 2008. So I was like, let me get this. I was very happy to do that, and Infinite's just is that game with even more, including Area X. We'll show off Area X, no question, which is the main difference. And what you do on this area, by the way, is you have to shoot those red panels off, but as you go along, you also have those enemies that shoot off. That opens up the core, but it'll close every so often, and it'll put the red things on the side back. You also have to shoot there because there's enemies shooting around, and as you are going, it'll go up, and you can get yourself hit by those things. So be careful as you go. Basically aiming upwards, but make sure you aim up that way, and when you see that open, aim at the core, let your max shot go, and let them have it. And so close. I just have to get him one more time, but not be too bad. I was going to prepare for that and make sure you avoid those things shooting or spinning around to hit you, I should say. You'll be fine. Alright, one more, and we got him. One more hit. So I think one more hit away, got him. Fantastic. Alright, so this is a failure for Venus, good job. Alright, so we're out of this subsystem. We're going to go to Area 4 next. But let's see our layout of what happened. Analyzation's 100%. That's the easiest one to get 100% on, by the way. Shot down 99.44. That's really good, actually. Support item 100%. Actually, that might be my best on everything. There we go. Okay, so there's areas 1, 2, 3. I did do 4 off screen, but we're doing 4 next. Yeah, that was really good. I think that's a record for me as far as the shot down. And the shot downs are always the hardest ones to do as far as getting 100%. But even the support items, because you sometimes have to not do an analyzation on an area in order to find them. And I think you also have to do the chains on basically everything, more or less. Okay, next up is one of my favorite pieces of music in the game. And also one of my favorite areas. This is Area 4, where we're going to hear Jojoka's Rocket Sponge. I have credits on this baby somewhere. Yes, I do. This was done by Jojoka, as I mentioned. Their big beat project band that was started by Takeshi Isogai, I should say, and Tsuyoshi Suzuki, who did a couple of albums with this band, those being specifically New Asians, Are You Elevetric, and Never Look Back. It's a good case of itself, kind of the techno beat, but also we're going to get some really good guitar music going on, particularly as we get to the boss on this one. We're going to a little bit preview some of the things we're going to see there. Those purple tripod things, they can shoot out stuff, so you gotta be careful. Let's go. Area 4, log in. Especially the beats going on as far as the drum. The boom, boom, boom. Ooh. Oh, there we go. So we got an overdrive right away. So let's put it in our back pocket and be ready to use that in a little bit. Okay, so next. Yeah, these things. You want to hit them in the center, because what they'll do is they'll shoot out lasers. Get rid of them as quick as you can, because oftentimes you cannot avoid those lasers. Whoa. We'll go to the Toy Story perspective. You don't want to be in the way when my laser goes off. Boom. And it's kind of short to start how this level's going. Like, yeah, I went through 2 layers really quickly. This is the second last level, at least of the main Rez experience it is. But then you realize, wait, there's more stuff going on here. Boom. There we go. So it's going quick to start, but it's going to be a bit different, because in this case, I'm looking at top-down perspectives that come along. So as they go, they'll just go into position and then shoot them. And also how your little orb there, I guess the shiny disco ball going into the Densest Revolution perspective itself is going on. Now, for these things, they're like the carrier things, again, from Tron. I think they had that on their minds. I'm pretty sure. I would think. Shoot the center, but also be careful that where the bullets are coming from. Because, yeah, the arms will be shooting out more enemies. And you have to do a couple of lock-ons to get through the center to get rid of them. Okay, there we go. You got another overdrive. Getting a good amount of these, as is. Did you also mention the trans vibrator, It's an interesting peripheral. Yes, I sure did. And the fact that every version of the game has an element of that, too. In the sense you just plug in the other controllers or turn them on, and you have them rumbling on everything. I mean, let me tell you, there's nothing like playing either this version or on anything that has multi-controllers and just plugging in like 4 of those things. Give it to a group of friends and just having to like rumble on, going boop, boop, boop. And then on the PS2, and I think, actually no, the Dreamcast I think did have one of these as far as the Japanese release of that, where it had the washable cover saying, yeah, it's a weird case. They said, you know, we're not going to deny the idea that this could be something sexual if you want to put it that way, but also the case that, well, it is something that it draws in. You think it's a weird feature, but it's one that when you really think about the ideas, we're seeing these things where you have to hit the 4 things in the center and hit them, otherwise, oh shit, I'm in trouble. Okay, I just barely avoided that. If you crash into that, you're going to get yourself hurt. It is an interesting peripheral as far as itself. And on the PS2, the way that worked is you plugged into the USB port on, or one of the USB ports on the front of the console, and basically would go along with the music. And the fact they did design that around this game, saying it's going to pulsate with the music, that was really, when you think about it, an interesting way of how rumble in games goes. Because sometimes the question, what does rumble in a game look like? Going back to early cases of, there's like this backpack on the Super Nintendo, or for the Super Nintendo and Genesis that was by a third-party company. You put this on, it basically gives you feel being punched, I think, as far as stuff like Mortal Kombat and things like that. But then saying, well, the Rumble Pack, having that as far as an accessory for Nintendo 64, and then the DualShock for the PlayStation, and then also other consoles having like a Rumble built in. But then for a game perspective, saying, what do we want to do with Rumble? Saying, let's have this pulsate with the music, and let's have it go, and especially with this system, because of the way the Rumble technology on the PS5 is, that's a lot different than it was even on the PlayStation 4, and even compared to the jump pack on the Dreamcast version that Japan got. It's something that it feels maybe more advanced. It's kind of more subtle. You can kind of feel it. It's almost like the HD Rumble case, which is why I'm kind of surprised the Switch didn't get this, or Switch 2 even. Maybe they'll announce it now. I don't know as far as it, but in case of thinking how to put that in for the case of, it's one thing about feeling a game. This is about feeling a game in a different way and saying, let's feel the music, you know? Or I mentioned some of the people involved with United Game Artists. They folded into Sonic Team, were involved with them later after United Game Artists kind of stopped, and then Mizuguchi took on Q Entertainment and Resonair now, and then saying, well, there's Feel the Magic XYXX, which is on the DS, which was a Sonic Team game. Actually, for all I know, maybe some of the people worked on Rez on the PS2 and the Dreamcast worked on that. Which is weird kind of minigame collection where you're trying to get this girl to like you and you have to do these weird things to help her out, like using the DS touchscreen to wipe bugs off of her back. I was like, yeah, I don't know, wipe those, what's going on to get the spiders on her back that way? But either way, we got it, and we got through. Alright. Yeah, we're going to the boss, and I love the music here as far as how it picks up. As we're going to fight Uranus. It says Giga there, it's a tier on other levels. I believe it's a case where when you have your levels up high enough, it'll be a terraform which is a little easier, but not necessarily always. Now, with this one, as you're going along, you don't have to worry about crashing into those things. Pay attention to the center of that, and also the purple. Basically, you want to shoot the purple stuff out as far as the boxes, and also be careful of those shots he has. And also be cognizant of this, which is that you have mostly free look-back movements. Pay attention when he goes behind you, and turn yourself, and you can go for the saucer in the center, but also make sure, like, hey, if I gotta get rid of the chests here, or the boxes, do that. Hear the stuff with the drums going, which is one of the coolest boss. I also remember that one back when they were really hurting for DS games at launch. Yeah, and I guess the fact that Sega was one of those cases at the launch of the DS saying, this is what we had as far as showing off what it was, and other companies saying, like, what was going on with DS, and then also thinking about this with Q Entertainment as well, because they had a game, well, fine, they had a game on DS, that being Midius, which came out a little later for the system, as opposed to Lumines, which launched the PSP. It also being something that was saying, what are we doing about this when it came to the weird case, but also saying, fine, let's make a minigame collection like that, like a WarioWare-ish thing, but then saying, let's go in this different direction. And also there's a sequel to that, which is definitely not as well known as Feel the Magic was, that being the Rub Rabbits, which is a weird one as well, but one I think they kind of fleshed it out more. Question, I guess, also on what they're doing on a DS as it went along, and saying, getting those experiences to show what that tech's doing, and then how did Q Entertainment get into that? And we have the guitar going, dance, dance, dance. I said this last time, I'll say it again, and also something out of Jet Set Radio. And also the twist through the tunnel here, if you ever played Panzer Dragoon Choose Vi on the Sega Saturn, that's going to be very, very familiar, because there's a lot of cases in that game where you're kind of going all over the place the same way on rails. Like, whoa, I'm on a wild ride, so hang on. This is like that as far as like the abstract version. Okay, but there you go, he's going backwards. So what happens when he's like this, you have the shots there, but I also have my overdrive. It's like, screw that, just pull the overdrive out and shoot him. But when you see the lights going on, make sure you shoot there so that he doesn't, you know, get you shot like that. Or say, fine, I'll just use the overdrive again for one more. May as well use him. But it is great as far as this boss, and also the idea of how you're kind of going down different paths as well. So you see him on the left, you see him on the right, or no, see him on the left or right, and you say, oh, I'll go this way to avoid him, or fine, the game will take you the way he's not going, and then you also have the case of saying, can I aim at him while I'm on the other side? And it's one of these cases where I gotta say, I kind of want to play this in VR now as well. I don't have the VR 2. If I did, I would show it off that way. But I think we could probably justify returning to this to show it that way. Because I'm thinking, yeah, looking around saying, where is everybody for this? Also, you can take different paths with shooting the area of certain walls. Oh, yeah, you're right. Because actually, a question that we did Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed a couple weeks ago, as we did get them. Yeah, right, because it opens up the different path. Oh, there you go. Perfect. I got to show that at the end, and there is a upgrade right at the end. Perfect. Look at that. Yeah, I just had to say it that way. Because actually, I forgot when we played Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed both times. That when you go to the Race of Ages, you actually have to... You have to be in first place as far as being able to choose the path you go. And you take a certain path, and it goes the different way. But it also shows how dynamic this game is as we go to support item at H6767. We're getting ready for the final area, but yeah, unless you think, oh, we're going to be done with this game really quickly, we got more to come. And we got a mic pulse, so I'll be back in a sec. Okay. So that is Area 4. We have Area 5. This is going to be really, really long. This level is like a half an hour, and it's the one area in the game that I do not have a shot down of either 100%, which you actually kind of have to get 100% on this in order to see what the actual ending is. And also, you got a 95% because there's also a trophy going to that. I'll also go into the trophies as far as this, which are sort of the same as the achievements on Res HD on 360, but also cases where they add new ones for the Area X mode. We're definitely going to show the Area X mode off as it is. Before we go to Area 5, for Area 5, our track here is Fear by Adam Freeland. Let's see. Yeah, he did a lot of music for a lot of games in the 2000s. Specifically, he is part of the electronic band called The Acid. He did music, specifically hip-hop phenomenon, out of XSX Tricky for the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and Xbox, as well as tracks for Need for Speed Underground 2 from EA, and Juice 2 Hot Import Nights. And other stuff as far as music. Yeah, we'll get that later when we get to the other modes. I'll show off the other modes. I think also by the purpose of me playing this, maybe I can unlock the other option of getting the 95% on every level shot down, which is playing the game for 10 hours. Area 5 is so cool. It is, and it also is a case where the way this goes into storytelling, and also the idea of what it looks like. You're seeing down there at the bottom, exactly one of the things we're going to see. It almost looks like a spider web, because it's kind of shaking almost like a... I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. Oh, it's going with the music. It's like a vaporwave case, which is what the game kind of is like. But you're right, the idea that every area we're going through, all 5 of them, they have this interesting visual diversity to themselves. And it almost looks like a little bit of a forest, and there's definitely a reason for the purpose of that. So let's not keep you waiting for the purpose of that. Or anybody waiting. Here we go. This is going to take a while, but it's going to be a blast. It starts simple. Actually, in this case, I don't think you can avoid the shot down or the analyzation thing, because they are barriers. You have to shoot the barrier down. If you don't clear the items on the side of it before you run into it, you get yourself hurt. And you're also seeing here my analyzation there is only 7%. Normally it's 10, but it's going less. It's telling the story, which is ages ago, life was born in the primitive sea. Maybe a little bit of a precursor to, if you're familiar with the Tree of Life from Terrence Malick from 2011. This is way before that in particular, but the idea of like the creation of life. Or, okay, there's also an aspect, I would say, of Stanley Kubrick's 2001 Space Odyssey, and as Gemini96 mentioned, we played this the last time, EarthBound for the Super Nintendo, which I now know because we played that game for the show. Link below in an edit for our play of EarthBound, which he handled like a fucking boss, as expected, because he loves that game. As do I. Young life forms constantly evolved in order to survive. Although, fine, he's the expert on EarthBound, not me. That's him. He had to play that for our show. And it'll be that way when it comes to running the other games in the series as we go along. And in these little snake things, which it kind of has... It's also a case where it's really open the way something like Panzer Dragoon is. And right, there we go. That popped up way faster than I think I remember seeing it. There we go, hit that. Boom. I'm also not going to necessarily promise 100% shot down. I'm going to try my best. And if not, I'll also... Chad, if you know when we get to the end what happens as far as the story when you do that, be able to go into it then. Some prospered, others did not, and so all sources of life flowed like the ebb of time. Again, talk about the build of the music, because you have the case of all these things going kind of quiet to start. You know, these beats going on. Like the techno voices going on there too. Whoa. I could use this now. I don't know if I want to use the overdrive now, necessarily. But now we're also getting the tower, so I'm thinking a little bit the, no, I'm trying to remember what the thing from 2001 Space Odyssey, not the obelisk, the monolith. Yeah, I have to remember that, because I've talked that enough on the show, as far as that, and especially for this game. But alright, in the quiet rhythm, Mother Sea life grew, and also, yeah, there we go, there's an upgrade, flies through. In this case, the worms coming out of the holes there. And you have stuff going on, the music going, killer! Okay, hold on. I love the build again. I mean, I'm gonna sound like a broken record fitting for the music case of this game, yes. But it bears repeating, because my god, it's incredible. And also the look of it, it almost looks like a black and white case of itself, with very little splashes of color in the sense of what the areas where the wormholes are coming out, the enemies with like the kind of, sort of dark blue or kind of black. The monolith in the center, that's also what you gotta worry about here, because they come in the center, you crash into those things, you're not gonna be getting yourself in a good case of itself. There we go, whoop. And kind of going through the mountains, going upwards through that layer, and here we go, 35%. Always seek and survive and flourish. Kind of unawake, almost going almost like across a farmland or something like that. Like, yeah, look what's up in the sky. I do have to focus on it for a second, but it's also a case that you just get those there. The enemies are gonna come out of these things, so you gotta be careful of that. It's a good place to use your overdrive if you have one, because there's tons of enemies to hit. And it's more for the purpose of that, because I don't think you can actually hit the center or destroy the center. It's basically just kind of keeping it bay enough so they don't generate enemies. Also, especially here, where you have the more of them coming out over that way. No, I'm gonna use this now. There you go, I don't have to fire at all. It's like, yeah, look at those locked. Look at those going, the bells going on. It also makes it easier to avoid taking damage. Uh-oh. So those enemies coming backwards, but they can't crash into you, thankfully. So there is a case where this game's not easy, even though I don't know if I'm making it look too easy. But that being said, you do have a case where it's fair. And when you just get destroyed on something, yeah, it's gonna be a good case of itself as far as making sure that you're gonna be ready for next time. And being able to acknowledge, like, okay, I didn't do this right. But alright, so for our next area, soon life begins to advance towards land, opening up new habitats. And here, this is the mine killer. I love it. We're really going on an odyssey. That's what this game really is above anything else. And if there's any part of the game that really emphasizes that, it's this. And also how very obtuse the story is in the sense of, yeah, the thing is killable. Which thing? Feel free to go into that, the bullet 420 blaze it. Oh, I see. You're saying the thing's in the cylinder. I guess what? Just keep hitting it? Or is there a special element to it? That's the other thing. As I've sometimes mentioned before, I don't know everything on the game. On every game, like, even in a game like this, what I know decently, or more than decently, maybe somewhere between decently and really well. It's not necessarily a game I played like crazy, but one where I know it well enough from the show we did before, from my experience with it and all that other stuff, to just gonna take tons and tons of hits. Or have a bunch of overdrives for that. But there we go, we were in there. And yeah, look at the trees coming down, but mass extinctions came wave after wave as you're seeing like the bones of like mammoths and things like that, or something. And almost a case of, yeah, all these creatures look like a little bit like fish. Kind of like the Darius case. We played a couple of games in the Darius series when we did Tidal Legends 2 a couple of weeks ago. Maybe like that, but yeah. Oh, wait a second, there's another overdrive. For where we're going near the end of this, I want to have that. On the arrows point me where I need to go, and then when I'm set, I can turn around. Yeah, big enemy sends out tons of ships. You got to focus on the center for a while, but yes, you can destroy it. So yeah, keep hitting the ever-living hell of it, basically. I get you. And thank you for indicating that. I think there's another one. I'll see if I can do it. And since I have tons of overdrives, maybe that can help. Darius, those games are great. Yeah, we played Darius, Darius Gaiden, and the other one was the Title Legends 2, which played the PlayStation 2 version of a couple weeks ago. We should do a Darius game as like a full show. Do you have a request on one of those? If you're saying, hey, we want to see one, as is, or what some of your favorite cases of Darius, another flight shooting game. Yeah, the idea that the flight shooting genre is kind of a vast one, saying, yeah, this is a flight shooter, you really think about it. But then something like that, where it's a weird one as far as Darius, but there are a lot of fun. And also some other stuff in there, like we played Race Storm a little bit, as far as what it was as well. And also there's Darius the original, which I have the Sega Genesis Mini 1 that has it. They actually did a new version for the purpose of that unit. It was a lot of fun and a good take of saying, hey, what if this was a Sega Genesis game? Okay, so next is, once again, prosper, grow, and reproduce. There you go. The Tree of Life coming in. We're going into the Tree of Life, I guess, when you really think about it. Yeah, and they are great. And it's something that I also said wrongly a couple weeks ago, saying, hey, we haven't played a whole lot of flight shooting games. Like, wait a second, yes we did. We did a whole showcase of that 5 years ago, as was the case. But it also feels like it's been forever ago. I love Race Storm as well. They also did raid collections on Switch. Yeah, I remember, I think, put that in as far as an edit, because I said, I forgot saying, wait a second, it is on this, as the next great emigration will occur. Yeah, there's a lot of cool things as far as, yeah, and also is Ray Force, which is its prequel that was in the Xbox version and the PC version of Title Legend 2, but Ray Storm was what the PS2 version had. A weird case, but I know it was a weird emulation thing as far as what happened there, as far as why. Yeah, they're cool as far as what they were, as far as what I played, and also for a couple weeks ago, but also just in general, as my overdrives are maxed. Well, that's maxed, but it's not going to be a problem as far as we got. Was leave existence looking for another. And very philosophical as far as what this is, but the idea that it fits, it doesn't feel like, you know, this game is necessarily, I don't know, maybe people would look at this and say, hey, this seems like it's pretentious, because I don't know, I think this game, A, believes it, number one, and B, it feels like this natural extension of what we're doing, the idea of what is life, what is the idea of the life in this computer, giving the idea of where the story is, and kind of being a very gradual layout as we go, and the journey will begin anew, and this is a journey, so you know what, that makes sense too. Yeah, it's like we're over Earth this way. And yeah, we are over Earth, definitely. So, alright, we're gonna use here. Okay, this is not exactly the same thing. This is the case we have to shoot the things out of the wings. And as you shoot enough of them, those will all go down. But you also have to be in a case where wait till he spreads his wings, or take these broken wings going into the Mr. Tag. And hit in the center, and eventually go boost him down. Alright. I think we were almost at the end. I think there's only one more or two more seconds. We'll see as far as when we get the analyzation on this baby. It's almost like Ikaruga in the sense that you get the philosophical themes with your shoot 'em up. Yeah, you're right. And Ikaruga was at the same time as this one. We did show Ikaruga briefly on the show, but we're gonna do this as a full show. Oh, within me, all the memories of the past. Who am I? We're about to find who that is. Yeah, you're right, because yeah, Ikaruga has those as well from Treasure. And I guess then thinking about the idea of what was the flight shooting genre looking at in the early 2000s and saying, Rez had this way of doing things that was definitely unique. Fine, let's use this here because we can get more of these as we go. Then saying what necessarily going to have to just make it stand apart. It'd be something where it is that, but also, and like this game, only 5 levels, but that game is insanely hard, but also like this one, something where as you play it, as you understand the patterns, as you understand everything about it through repeated plays, it can become second nature. That means that I am not ready to do Ikaruga as a show yet because I'm not good enough, but we are here. I'm going to pull Mike briefly. And the reason for that, by the way, is because, yeah, we are turning into our Space Child form. Again, 2001 Space Odyssey. But also, as I mentioned, the EarthBound connection, that was Gemini 96 indicating that, because here we go. We see, who are you? There's a part in EarthBound late in the game where you see, feel free Gemini 96 to indicate to me specifically what the part of the game is, which is, you see on the side of a screen the idea of telling Ness what his journey is, and the idea of his, the journey as far as defeating Gygus and saving the universe for the purpose of that, and the idea of other people who might be talking to him, perhaps in different planes of reality and things like that. Another one where it's kind of a very philosophical game, really, too. And we're getting kind of reviews of the bosses we had before. under different contexts. Like before with boss 1, or Earth Terra. Earth Terra is how we play it as far as when we hit him. Aim for the green, but also make sure that you're out of the way when the green comes along, although he can't spin in. Yeah, and avoid the tiles. So it's like one of the Zelda games as far as like when the floor tiles come out and hit you. And then aim in the center, but also be careful where the green is, because oftentimes you don't have to go for, you know, the center of what it is, but use that just to kind of keep him at bay. Like, get back. And also, when you kill each of these forms, we're gonna have a couple forms of this, you'll get items down below, so pay attention to what those are and pick them up. Oh, careful down there, oh. Almost there. Whoa. Okay, so there we go. So we got some upgrades, we got another overdrive. And if you at least shoot onto them, you'll pull them along with you as you go along to the next area. Okay, here we go. Don't come any closer. And the fact they're telling this also while you're playing the game, because sometimes people have said, and I've sometimes said it depends on the game. The idea of how do you tell a story? You can tell it via cutscenes, you can tell it maybe through text manual, something like that. And same deal, hit the stuff in the center with the yellow. Or maybe, using this now, not even gonna bother waiting to shoot off as far as that, because there's so many of those yellow things to avoid, and but even that didn't take them all out, so gotta be careful again. I think it's just stay in line. I'm not gonna necessarily do this for every one of these, but I can get tons of overdrives as I go along. But the idea of how it's telling story, going back to that, as far as saying, we're gonna do, like, I guess, the valve way. Oh, here we go. We got, in case of that, there's another overdrive. Also, sort of flashlight warnings when we have these explosions going on for this. But with that game, it's basically telling it as you go along and kind of control yourself, and maybe it's not a whole lot, but as I'm looking around saying why, to look at what the words are coming off on the screen for. But also saying that it maybe is more about the idea of involving the player, though that's not necessarily to say that games with cutscenes are not involving the player. They absolutely are. There's definitely a lot of games as far as that where they definitely envelop you completely in because the story's so great, or they have other things going on that it is kind of like a good break period. Whereas I guess in this game, your break periods really are when you get the items at the end of each section. We're kind of going our tie to Area 3's boss here. But a case where it can kind of be a good break, whereas in this case, the breaks are when you beat the bosses and right before you can go on to the next section. And we're actually going to have a lot of those for this one part of itself. Because, yeah, this is also one of the best cases I can think of. And chat, feel free to go into aspects of which you look at this idea. In case we have multi-tier bosses where they take a lot of cases to go through, or a lot of time to go through as far as multiple forms. This in some ways might be one of the best games to do that. Because depending on what it is, it can run a risk of saying, if I spend like 20 minutes doing this, and it can go that long, as in this case, we're able to aim at the circles there, which are your hit points. Make sure you don't have them fill up all the way or they're going to shoot out at you. So basically go left and right to shoot them down as they go, and those are your targets. You don't want to hit the center. The idea of saying, hey, you know, if I'm not going to be getting into this a whole lot as far as story, in case where it feels like it's, you know, impeding that way. But in this case, yeah, not really. Or in case of this saying, oh, am I not getting enough of a break? I think you are, as far as how this game operates myself. Alright, there you go. Flashlight warning when I hit him, and down you go. And also, you do want to stay in the Star Child form because you cannot go back to it if you get hit again. But you only get it also for the final boss here, as far as this. Alright. Aren't you afraid? No, definitely not. This is a gauntlet for sure. You're right. And the idea of the long bosses, I think this is maybe one of the best examples of that. Where even when and here's the other thing, because if you... This game also is a game which kind of rubs it in a little bit in the sense that if you don't beat it correctly, you see the fruits of your failure. The point where you even get the credits, even the point where, as I mentioned, we're not going to see the actual ending of this because you have to get a 100% shot down rate to make that happen. Whoa, shit. I'm using it now. I'm not going to wait. Whoa. Oh, but it's not... Oh, is it not destroying that? But it does give you a lot of options in between, or a lot of abilities to upgrade yourself to keep yourself going. I think it's also one of those things at this point they say, yeah, it's a great build, really, when you think about this game, saying, you went through all this, you can handle this, and at this point, it is really a good case of itself and feels natural. This okay. All right, now here, hit the yellow parts again, but also be careful where the green is and say, fine, I'll use the overdrive again once more. Uh-oh. You can't lock onto these things. Sometimes, in case they'll have so many of them coming out, you might not get a sense that you can, or it might be too late. So it's like too quick in cases like that. Whoa. All right, there we go. So we're almost at the end. Whoa. Okay, yeah, don't miss that one. He's gonna just rotate around. I could use this now, but I'm not gonna do that because he'll come down as far as that. Just follow him going on. He's living on the ceiling, and he's gonna jump down. Whoa. By the way, it looks like you'll be okay as far as that, just getting the yellow parts off. But there you go. That's the last one. Boom, boom, boom. We are done for this and one more part. All right, last part here. Save me. It's like, okay, what's this about? Well, we're gonna see right now. So let's go. I think we can do this. But we'll do this eventually. Even if I have to do this level again, we'll do it eventually, and then we'll go into more stuff as far as the way that goes. Okay. So we did see at the opening of the game saying, hey, it looks like there's this kind of... I'm not sure what it is, who it is. We'll see a second of this. You have to shoot in the center with the ring for this. In this case, I also want to be very careful on how I'm using my overdrives. You have to destroy the things with like the little eye in the center that way, or knock them off. They also take a lot of hits as far as getting rid of them. And when you destroy that, the bottom of the core opens, so just keep firing and charge on, and be careful also of the case that enemies can come out, so make sure you're maxing those chains as we go along for our bullets. Make sure also we can avoid the bullets. Okay. Alright, because it seems the form here. Apparently Child of Eden was a spiritual successor. Yeah, it is. I've not played it. It's on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, and the 360 version A has Kinect support, the Move is supported for PS3, and has backing pad for the new Xbox systems. As we're going after, wait, it was Eden, I think. No, Eden's the name of it. No, Eve or Eden. We'll see. Yeah, I haven't played it, have you? It was Ubisoft who published that, because I guess at that point, they figured after, Kyo Entertainment did a lot of stuff, a lot of puzzle games. I mentioned Lumines, I mentioned Every Extend Extra, and Medios. Medios would be the Japanese pronunciation as far as the way they spell that. They then said, hey, let's try another kind of, I guess, I don't know, I mean, maybe existential case of itself. And also, because it was a Kinect case, Ubisoft saying, hey, we want something that's not Fighters Unchained. People saying, like, this game is awful. Let's have something else that's running Kinect this way. And it's like, hey, let's have the, pedigree of Tetsuya Mizuguchi and the company who made this game. And said, well, that's their idea of what they want to do. Whoa. Okay, I'm somehow surviving, but I want to get rid of that thing. But also, I can't completely get rid of it yet. I've not played it. I think we should. And outside of us doing a VR look at this game, I think we would probably come back to that. Actually, just to go on that also, of other games of Mizuguchi's and the teams that we played for the show so far, we played Space Channel 5, played on the Dreamcast. There was Crusader64 and I who did that. That was his first show. We played it. We looked at Tetris Effect Connected. I need to scope that to do show. I have something I want to talk about later when it comes to my thoughts on that, and when I say scope for show. I've been thinking about it over the past week, honestly. We'll get into that a little later. We looked at Lumines Remastered. I looked at that the Switch case. We looked at both of those for the Nintendo Switch Puzzle Showcase we did a couple of years ago. Wait, there's another overdrive, and you get that. Also, because that's there, and you find those things will shoot out the shots. Make sure you get those and aim off that way just to get rid of them. Sometimes you might not be able to get them off when, she comes into more view. I played it, but I don't think I completed it. It says amazing soundtrack. I missed the third-person view of Rez. Yeah, because that's first-person. And I know that, like, with Kinect, as far as 360, I do have a Kinect for the purpose of showing it. That way, I don't have the PlayStation Move for PS3, but also the case that, yeah, it was from a first-person perspective. It is kind of like this in the sense that you're kind of what I've seen of it, at least, because I've not played it. But that you're kind of doing an aim of sorts on it, but you're right, you're kind of enveloped in the first-person look, which I guess is an interesting thought of thinking, playing this game from first person outside of the VR method of itself, for sure. And what you want to do here, make sure you shoot side to side, almost like the fire extinguisher method, so you basically make sure that those things don't collide into you to hurt you. Yeah, that one almost did. Jesus, okay. You do a couple phases of this in order to get yourself out of the way. In this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep shooting, and as soon as it's getting too much to handle, I'm going to hit that circle button to turn that on. Because you're mostly invincible when you do that because you have all those shots going on. You can still get yourself hit if you're not careful. Like, I don't know how the hell I'm not getting hit doing this. Actually, wait a minute. I think... no, I'll mention this later. Assuming I can pull this out. Because we were almost at the end. This is it. Oh, no. Yeah, it's going crazy. Boy, I'm using my overdrives. I'm using both my overdrives now. I'm not even waiting. I'll tell you why. Okay, there you go. Got it. Because I think I said, oh, you have to get 100% shot down, but I think if you stay in the Star Child form, I think we might get the best ending, honestly. Or maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Because we did it. We're done. Oh boy. Here we go. So yeah, only an hour and 22 minutes, but don't think we're done with the show. We are not done with the show whatsoever. I got other stuff I want to show. But there we go. Okay, yeah. You do get this if you get 100%, or either get 100% shot down, I think, or you stay in the Star Child form. Nice shooting. Nice. Thank you. I can't believe I did that. Actually, I've not done that on my practice for this game. All right, there you go. That's the credits. We're not done. We'll go into final thoughts later. I don't know if I over-prepared for this game. I practiced it a bit as far as this week. But yeah, just quite an experience. And it's not easy, but I guess I made it look easier just because I guess I played it. Maybe I'm so damn determined to make sure that we don't have audio problems with the show. So much so I'm pulling mic again. I'll be back in a sec. And also I'll talk about other music credits as well, and also credits for the original game as it goes along to get this set. Actually, you know, I think we do. Right, because I think when I did this a couple years ago, I think I did have to do that as far as saying, hey, I'm going to hold on to that. Yeah, K Project dedicated the soul of Vasily Kandinsky. So the case of what they were thinking as far as what they wanted to do on the make on this as well. And also Sony as far as them releasing it for, or find it coming here in the US. First on the PlayStation 2. I mean, not on the Dreamcast, I guess because Sega said, it's end of life of system, it's not going to sell that great, we don't think. The system was already done. Even though it was all in English, but they said, okay, we're gonna not bring it here, but then Sega said, put on the PS2. There we go, got it. Okay, she's freed, however, you do not know the whole truth. Okay, so there you go. We freed her, and by freeing her, you have to have the Star Child form to fully free her. If you don't, she says, hey, she's still trapped in the system. Knowing the whole truth, you have to get 100% shot down on this level in order to do it. I did not get 100% shot down, I know that for a fact. But that being said, I got an 81% shot down. Okay. And a 70% or 70.37% support item rate. And analyzation, I don't think you can skip analyzation on this level unless there's a case that chat you know if you can. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna hit the guide button. Oh no, fine, the PlayStation button. I'm gonna look at trophy list because as far as trophy lists on this one, I'm gonna sort this briefly. Yeah, we're just gonna look at the trophies on this. And the reason I'm gonna do that is because I want to get a sense of what I did on, Eden. Okay, yeah, that was it. Eden is the person as far as who we saved, as well as the stuff. There's the Lost Area. We'll show that off for getting the high score on that. Laser Assassin getting a shot rate of 95% on areas 1 through 5. The Resident, which is 100% shot rate and item collect rate on every area, or play for over 10 hours. I think I played for over 10 hours. Either it's bugged on this system, which I don't know if it is or not. I haven't heard if it is. And this is the same achievement on 360 that they had a trophy in as far as this console. But that's that one. There's the Platinum, which is getting all of them. Master of Rez, maybe eventually. The Trans, or Direct Assault Trans, you have to do that 6 times in a row, by the way. And Boss Rush, which you have to unlock as far as that at the end of the game. Going Score Attack 30 times. I got Ultimate Cracker, which is getting a high score in Score Attack, and we'll show that. And then Area X, a bunch for Area X, of which I've only gotten a couple. We'll go to Area X now, I think. And I'll later show Score Attack as a reference. I will show the Beyond mode. I don't know if I'm going to do Direct Assault again for the purpose of the show. It's basically going through each of these in one row, and they score it. I'll show Lost Area. I'll show Transmission. I don't have Boss Rush unlocked, unfortunately, so I can't show that now. And I think, well, I didn't show how to... Well, I'll show that at the end. Why the hell not? Well, let's go back. Okay, because for this, my options set. Let's go to Area X. Okay, I will show how to play Area X because this is something that was not in any of the non-Infinite releases. So let's talk about this. This is a bit different because as opposed to the main game where it was an on-rails shooting game, this one's kind of an open exploration case of itself. For this one, we have the DualSense controller on the screen there. It's still the same case of aiming with the left analog stick and shooting and locking on and firing and all that with X. But you can also put the fire button on R2 if you so desire. This one you have to fly and use the R1 and the R2 buttons to do that. You hold the R1 button to fly forward and you hit the R2 button to brake yourself and then go backwards. This is an interesting one, and I'm going to show this on play mode. There's also different paths of how to go through this. Based on the trophies I've gotten going through this mode, I don't think I went the intended way, but you can also not go the intended way and get rewarded for it. And Chad, I don't know what your experience on Area X is if you played Rez Infinite. Debuya 420 Blaze, I think you said you played Infinite as it was on the PlayStation 4, which it's a lot like as far as this. But now we have it here as well, and doing the lock-on, and oh my god, this part is beautiful. This is, I guess, as close to a sequel, really, of Rez that they got, and that was kind of their intention. I don't think I did this. Okay, well, we're going to do it for sure, and it also justifies us coming back to this game again. Showing off what this isn't. Them running this through Unreal Engine 5, oh my god. I mean, this looked great even on PlayStation 4, because Nocturne, who's been on the show, she has this on PlayStation 4. She got this as a freebie with PlayStation Plus 5 years ago. I was glad to hear that. He's like, oh, I took it. I was like, because it's free. Like, hey, you're not going to say no to free. As well as getting our upgrades this way. Ooh, look at that. And the great colors. Oh my god, this is a work of art. Fine, the game is a work of art as it is, but especially this part as you go along. And this one you also have a radar because you're going to full, I guess a full every direction in case of yourself. Almost like a flight simulator a little bit. And very much if you're saying, hey, you've played Tetris Effect Connected, or I guess Lumines Arise, this new game they're doing that's going to be very much like that in terms of how the graphics are looking. You have that going. You also have radar on the center. So basically you look there and you see where the colors are, see where enemies are to fire down. It's good stuff. And it looks absolutely gorgeous. But even on PlayStation 4, as mentioned, when she played, when Nocturne played it, as far as showing me off screen that she had this, I'm like, hey, great, play this game. And she's like, let me look at this Area X. Like, whoa, this is great. Yeah, this is what Child of Eden should have been, personally. Okay, I get that, and you know, that's an interesting thought of the idea of when you have a game like Rez where it gets an attention with people. I mean, as I said, Rez was not a huge seller, but you know what? Maybe that doesn't matter really, you know, in one way at least. It doesn't matter in the sense that it found its audience still. I mean, the question of did Sega and United Game Arts didn't necessarily lose their shirt on this one? I don't know if they necessarily lost the shirt because it's also the case that when they did the HD version, the download numbers are pretty much impossible to find on that one, so I don't know how much it downloaded. I think people found this. I know people who bought it. And then there was Cube, that release that was on disc for 360 that had it. That sold 80,000 units. Not great, admittingly, but still a case that people found it, and maybe nowadays it's okay that it's not selling like 30 million units, say. I don't know. As an example. Only because I don't know if this game necessarily costs as much as maybe something like, I don't know, think like a game like Call of Duty, as far as the case that it's a big enterprise for it, so they spend hundreds of millions of dollars on it just because of the way the game is set. And maybe, I don't know how much this game necessarily costs, or it's easy to find how much was the budget on a game. Always. I mean, sometimes you have cases where it was documented with Shenmue. But for this, I don't know if they spent that much money on it exactly, but the idea of thinking, well, do you necessarily need a whole lot of money to make a game that has this element? And then also thinking, hey, you can rationalize a return to a game. And you think, would it ever make financial sense to do it? But some people say, no, we can self-publish. We can put this out there. We can get it out there. I mean, that was something that was mentioned at the Summer Games Fest overview last night by Jeff Keighley, saying the idea that you have these big budget releases saying you can get them out for sure, but a lot of independent stuff is able to kind of bypass that and find their audience. And people then immediately said, wait a second, that was his warning saying we're not going to get big stuff. I mean, we got some big stuff. We got Resident Evil 9, for God's sake, with Resident Evil Requiem. That looked amazing. And there's some interesting stuff that came out of that, to be sure. But then the thought of saying some of these new ideas, which I guess is also why I'm thinking, I don't know if necessarily the reaction of what came out of the Summer Games Fest thing last night was necessarily appreciated, but it's a tough thing with me, because I'm thinking, well, I don't know with some of that stuff, it's a case where I necessarily, like, oh my god, I want to play this, but sometimes it's that question. Sometimes it takes a risk by people making a game, or maybe from players themselves saying, hey, I'm going to take a shot at something that maybe I normally wouldn't, you know? Maybe a thought of saying, because even games I played that I love, maybe were not on my radar right away. I remember last year they were showing off Clair Obscur Expedition 33, which was a huge hit that came out of basically nowhere as far as this year becoming something so massive. It's like multi-millions at only $50. People saying this is a great new RPG from ex-members of Ubisoft who had an idea of what they wanted to do, made a game that looked like it cost many hundreds of thousands of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars. Didn't cost that much necessarily from what they're saying, but also cases where it was a case that they really were able to come up with what they had as far as their vision and get a game that people I know have been playing that, and I played it too. It's really good. And saying, wow, this is something special. Even something like South of Midnight, which is one of my favorite games this year of the stuff I played, and something that we could show for sure. As far as it, and same with Clair Obscur Expedition 33, the case of, I looked and said, hey, it looked cool when I saw it last year, but not a case where I said maybe I want to necessarily jump on it, but a case where I wasn't like no against it. It's like, oh, I don't want to play this, I don't want to see it. And I play it. It's like, this game is great. And sometimes it takes those jumps, maybe from the player, to say, hey, let's take a look at something like this. And same with Rez, and that was kind of what I did with Rez. I said, what is this game? I've heard this thing. Let me sit down and play it. Sometimes that's what it takes. Sometimes even looking at a game the way we're showing it, maybe that's not always going to be enough. Sometimes you have to pick the control up yourself and say, let me play this. Let me get a sense of what is this thing? How does this feel? And in the case of the Area X mode for Rez Infinite, saying, hey, the thoughts of trying to go back to Rez and saying, Child of Eden was an attempt to do that, going first person, and then saying they gave this as a new mode for the purpose of running the Infinite version of Rez, and saying this maybe feels more in line because of perspective, maybe because of the way it plays, things that you have as far as what they want to do with it, or something else. And it's really impressive to see that. And also, in my case, I'll say this, I understand how hard it is to make a game, really, of anything, in case where people sometimes will put their heart and soul into something like this, and the idea of, is it going to find an audience? And I mention that sometimes, too, when it comes to, like, the viewer requests we do, which is cases of games that maybe feel like they're made for you, even though you know deep down in your heart that they didn't just make this just for one person, necessarily yourself, but it feels that way. It feels so special to you in a way that maybe is hard to describe, maybe you can't initially describe. Maybe you have to kind of take some time to figure, what does it mean necessarily to me? Same with Rez. Rez is the case where, when I really thought about this, I said, this entranced me so much, I gotta play this and get that HD version, which I did. And then think to myself, what is it about this game that really made its hooks onto me, or grabbed it, or got its hooks into me, and then made it a case where now it is something that it is sound seminal to me. Something where I recommend this really to anybody, saying, I don't even care if you don't like music or fighting, play this, because that experience, it's so unique and it feels so good. I don't think you're necessarily gonna, regret it. Even people I know who are as closed-minded as you can imagine when it comes to stuff like this, play this. This game is awesome. I don't know, maybe you never play it. Maybe that's my case. I sometimes said to myself, what if I miss a game or miss something that I love? The thought of thinking, what if I live in a world where I didn't play something or see something of a movie, read a book or something that then has this, permanence to myself or anybody else, Whether you're coming in as far as this and saying this is something that means so much to me, and saying that, getting that experience. And that's why I love doing the show and keep doing it, because I get to find these new experiences. I get to understand what is it that other people see in the game, then also what do I see in it when I play it, and what I can really admire. Looking at this, good Lord, just look at what you're seeing here. Listen to what you're hearing. Hopefully not audio stuff as far as hissing audio, but I'm doing enough mic pulls so if it happens, I can fix it. Whoa. But it does feel like Rez, while also being a case of saying, hey, maybe the idea of saying, why don't you have more control of saying go wherever you want in this? But yeah, the audio is good. Oh my god. Oh, thank you. It's okay. Go to the game. You're right. But also the way the mic is sounding. Thank you. I appreciate that so much as far as it, because I don't want to have that happen again. Because I looked at this first time. It was so beautiful and sounds great, and it always has, and I want that to happen again. The game is an amazing, amazing game. And anyone played it, even if you're like, hey, you gotta spend the $25 for this thing at full retail, don't deny yourself. Seriously. It's that good of a case. And sometimes it's one of those things that, as I mentioned, the case of sometimes taking a chance, and sometimes it takes something for that as far as like a jump for it. Looking at this, like, wow. And I'm definitely glad I did. And even getting this another version, it's like, I have the other one. But this is adding so much more value to a game that already had tons of it, even though we finished the main game in like an hour and 20 minutes. Actually, not even, because I did spiel with show forward. Uh-oh, that was shooting. And now, since I got shot, I'm going down as far as things. So now, it's going crazy. So at this point, I'm saying, no, I don't want to stay here. I want to go away. In the case that somehow it's a case where I can kind of keep track on everything, but I'm getting myself shot. I think maybe it's the idea of how the colors work. The idea of basically, like the main game, pay attention to what primary colors are, saying, where are they? Look at my radar. Seeing that's a new concept, saying, hey, there's something coming over that way. Let me turn to see where is it. But also, it's smooth as far as the way the turning feels. Even in the case where I'm like, where is everything? What's going on? Where are enemies? I'm just turning around and saying where they are. But not in the case of saying like, oh god, where are they? I feel like I'm lost. But, like, oh, whoa, what's this? What's over here? It's that great sense of excitement, you know? I was like, oh, okay, the purple I guess means they're doing a shot out, okay. Because I have put time into this as far as this mode, but I also said I want to show a good amount of this. I think we're going to do this a couple times just because I want to show this. There you go. We'll also look at that. Looks like the energy trace coming off of it to me. Like, whoa. God, it's just gorgeous. I can't say it enough. Fine. If I was to name this show, God, This Is Gorgeous, the game, or Rez Infinite. But yeah, know the name, Rez Infinite. That's the game as we're going to go into our next layer. And also the idea that it's doing it really without much of a context, really, of what's going on here. But honestly, I don't know. I kind of, weirdly enough, get the sense that I understand it all, even if I'm saying, well, no, I'm going to read it later and say, wait, no, there's more going on to this that I'm not, you know, knowing compared to other stuff. Well, look at that. And also, I almost like the idea of, like, hey, we're going into space. Yeah, the final frontier, but yeah, look at this. Also, like, looking at the lights, like, oh, I want to go over there and see what's going on with that. Okay, but things are going dark here. All right, so here is Eden again. I think it's supposed to be Eden. Okay, so with Eden, it's another case we have to hit on the sides, basically kind of go in a U shape or V shape. And to go backwards for stuff like that, do it. And a nice pling going. So it does sound like Rez, but also has this idea of itself that is, in a way, a culmination, really, of everything that, fine, the artist formerly known as United Game Artists and then formerly known as Q Entertainment and now Resonair learned on, I guess, their long journey of making games. And going back to before they were even doing stuff like this, when they were working on a lot of racing games for Sega. They made Sega Rally Championship. They made Sega Touring Car Racing on Sega Saturn, both of those as far as that, and also arcade editions of those. And other stuff. And they said, okay, we had an idea of what we wanted to do with like a music game with Space Channel 5, saying let's have this kind of spacey 1960s kind of word to itself. And then Rez was the next thing, saying how can we elevate the music thing we have going on more, and then saying how can we bring that to something that everybody's going to want to play. We love Tetris, let's do that with first Lumines and then Everything Extra and Medios, and then say we get the opportunity of a lifetime saying let's do this with Tetris. And we showed Tetris Effect Connected a couple years ago, the case that it's seen in some ways as maybe one of the most definitive ways to play it amongst many versions you could play of Tetris. In the point where AJ42, who I have a few requests of his for Toe Jam and Earl for Sega Genesis in a few months, he's been playing that game still nonstop. He said, thank you, I forgot how much I love this game. I was like, but it was interesting because he introduced me to that game. He said, I picked this game up as far as this game we all played. Oh my god, it's one of those they showed it to us, we were all believers. Even when we played Tetris Effect Connected for the look at the show, everybody was a believer. It was Gemini96 who said, I asked, for that puzzle showcase we did, what do you want a representation? I said, that. I said, okay. And everybody coming in was like, oh my god, this is like one of the most amazing things we've ever seen. We want to see more, as we're also aiming in on that area of her chest to reveal what's going on as far as her. Also this sense of mystery, and also the glitter on her face there. It's like, you almost can see the face, you can see the mouth there, see the eyes. But this being this kind of, as I mentioned, if the idea of gaming is to kind of transport you away from stuff or kind of draw you into the world of it, what do you necessarily say as far as a game like that or like this that absolutely does this? But unfortunately, access denied. I got myself shot down. We're not going to quit, though, on this. We're going to keep going. So it does show that. So you do have to go through this more, or again, because I got myself destroyed at the end. But we'll keep going. And it is weird, I guess, without indicators to a certain degree of saying, hey, how are you as far as health? Although, honestly, even with Rez itself, it's a question of like what your form is. You have to know what the form is, really. But if nothing else, being able to kind of enjoy this. I'm going to pull Mike just so I don't want to have anything go bad whilst I do this. And that one I'm not going to, you know, edit around because I did it during gameplay, which I probably shouldn't have. But for this, I said, okay, let me do it. But as we go through this again, feel free, chat, to hit me with anything you got on this game, what you're seeing, what you're thinking, or other stuff, I guess, of, games like this, other things of the people who made this. I guess, I don't know, I mean, it's maybe open-ended a lot to say artistry and gaming, as far as that, but still cases where that's a factor here. Why is this game something that, even with it not being a huge hit, that I do still get the sense people know this game. I talk to people, usually say they don't know it, but then I show them, like, okay, then they know, like, oh yeah, this looks great. It's something that still has a resonance here. All right, so where are we going next? There we go, right there. Okay, so yeah, going deep in. I guess what I could do is, well, I mean, I did talk as far as stuff with the Summer Games Fest stuff and also the Sony State of Play as far as stuff going on there. As far as stuff that I guess is most analogous to this one in terms of... Oh, fine. The most analogous one is Lumines Rise. That's out in the fall for the PlayStation 5 and the PC. It's going to have VR2 support for this system. I don't know if they said Oculus for that one necessarily, but that's basically taking the Tetris Effect Connected look of itself to Lumines, which is celebrating 20 years this year. And that looks unbelievable. It's already on my wish list for this. And they also said there's going to be a demo of that coming out in a couple of months. That'll be single player and multiplayer for the purpose of being able to have that going amidst everything else they got. And one of those things when I saw that, first I said, wait, what is this? Oh, no, because I saw it come up on the screen. It said Resonair. I was like, oh, they got something. I was like, what do they got? It's like, fitting. We got a game of theirs we're playing this week. We planned the show. I swear to God, I mentioned that. And then we find out, like, oh, they're basically doing the Tetris Effect thing to Luminous. And I said, oh my God, this looks incredible too. I gotta get this. It looks so good. Nothing against Lumines Remastered, Lumines on the PSP, or even, well, no, it was Medios, the Disney version. I was gonna say, there's a Disney Lumines. No, it's a Disney Medios. But I looked at that and said, wow, that looks unbelievable. I can't wait to play that. For that, anyway. But it was interesting, I guess, also seeing other things where they said, hey, we're going to be, I guess, artistic with how our look is and how we're putting that into a shell of a game or game style that maybe you've seen a lot. Like with this game, we're saying, hey, let's do a flight shooting game, but let's elevate it to something that stands out as something so resonant, Resonair, I guess, as far as that, and something so terrific. And there's a lot of games I noticed that with. I mean, there's one I saw called Felt That Boxing. We didn't see Fight Night Round 6 yet. EA said they're going to be doing a Fight Night. That was a while ago. I don't know if we're going to see that. Maybe at Microsoft tomorrow, we're probably going to see Persona 4's remake. That's the heavy indication. Not least of which because a lot of the voice performers from Persona 4 said they didn't want us in the remake. They said they haven't even announced the remake. We'll see as far as that. I'll say next week if I'm wrong and that doesn't end up being shown or something. But that being said, Felt That Boxing, they basically said, we're taking like a Muppets take. It was almost like full motion video of like Muppet-like characters. go a little more adult with itself, although a better take than something like The Happy Time Murders, which is that movie from Jim Henson's son, Brian Henson, where it's like, yeah, they went R-rated and was like, not good at all. It bombed the box office, but I went day one back when I was watching everything as far as movies. It's like, oh, Jesus, this is awful. That looks like a better take, but it kind of is... It looks like a mix to me of WarioWare and Punch-Out! Because like WarioWare, you have training minigames, you're doing weird things like weightlifting and also unclogging toilets. But then you also have a case where it's first-person boxing the same way that Punch-Out! Is. It's one of those cases where we haven't seen much of Punch-Out! In quite a while. Actually, one of my coworkers mentioned saying, why have we not need to see a new Punch-Out! In a while? So, yeah, I don't know. It would be nice to see a return to that, perhaps. It seems like maybe a close case of that, and then looking at the artistry of what that was looking like. And they did say, this footage you're seeing as far as what we're doing with the puppetry here, this is in-engine. I said, oh my god, that looks like an actual, real case of doing puppetry, almost like a movie. I said, my god, the fact you're playing that made me kind of notice. And same with something like this, we're seeing, hey, I'm actually playing this kind of spacey case of itself. You can look at this and say, this looks nice as far as what it is, and then you realize, wait, I'm actually controlling this stuff. So that was one that caught my attention. And another one, I'm trying to think of what other ones I saw. They were like on a visual method that way. Well, there was, well, as I'm going to hit these things, and also try to keep myself set as far as what they are. Well, there was the new game from Suda51 that, no, Crusader 64 is going nuts over, that being Romeo is a Dead Man. That's a case where it almost starts with this very grainy, cel-shaded look of itself. It says, Romeo, you're gonna die, and like, I'll insert this into your eyeball. There's like a knife thing that goes in that is like tearing it up in bloody chunks. He's screaming, and you're thinking, what the hell is this? That might be a turnoff, and then you look at the way the style of the game is going, and you realize, okay, they're kind of doing like a lot of the Suda51 stuff, or the Grasshopper manufacturer stuff, as far as his developer that he's running. It has this almost very stylish No More Heroes and what was the other one? Oh, I Pop Chainsaw. Style itself, as far as kind of the way the art of that is going, it's like, that looks like a unique way to deliver it, even against these other games that have these visual distinct perspectives to themselves. As far as that was one. And then there was also, I think one that really stood out. Well, there's that one, what was it called? Out of Words, which is a stop motion case, kind of the same way South of Midnight was this year, which kind of a stop motion characters are kind of going along like an adventure case or something. It almost looks a little bit like it's Takes Two or something like that, or a game I'm going to show off in the Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2, that being Axel and Pixel. I'll announce that one now for that. It kind of is a similar look to that little. But cases where they're saying, hey, we can do stuff with the visuals and, I guess, the visual design of a game. Not necessarily, I guess, the visuals. Because it is visuals, I guess. But also saying the visual design, I guess, the visual language of what you're really seeing. Same with Rez here. And then saying that they can kind of twist that into something that looks great on the surface and kind of gets you to want to play it that way. And the question is it going to necessarily hold your attention as it goes and be something that's indelible the way that this is, the way that South of Midnight is an example, or other things. Okay, so yeah, for this part, you do have to go for the orange orbs here. Basically, go close to them, open them, max them out. I'm going to go backwards and, yeah, keep my distance so I can hit them from a distance. That's, I think, what I did wrong when it came to Eden 2.0, which I guess that's the idea of who we're running into. Okay, there we go. Oh, I didn't see that last time. It looks like there's almost like a, I don't know, like a walker thing or something. Maybe out of Star Wars, but maybe out of something else. Yeah, look at that. I mean, okay, I'll have, I will not be starved for choice when it comes to saying, what do I pick as the thumbnail? That's for the YouTube upload. It probably should be that. Honestly, I don't know if I can top that, unless it's a case where I see something more with Eden when we get to that again. Yeah, look at that. Look at the scope. Look at the idea of kind of how rounded it is as I'm making shots. Seeing I'm kind of lighting up. Almost looks like a little, I guess, a disco ball sort of, but whoa, oh my. The satisfaction of kind of painting the area. I was also wondering this, which is if anybody's like tried to do like a rave night out and saying, hey, let's do a rave night at a club and say, let's have this music going on. Let's have like a show of this and see do people necessarily attached to it. Because I've always had that thought of, like, how do you do techno stuff when it comes to gaming? I know Yuzo Koshiro did that a lot in the sense that you do a lot of remixing things in clubs for a lot of games you do music for, like Streets of Rage and things like that. But then doing that for the case of a game. Right, there we go. That's our way in. And when you do unlock that, you do go in yourself. So, I think we're almost there. God, I love that sound as well. It's so pleasing. I said visual language. How about oral language in the sense of what this game is doing on audio? Let's get that upgrade. There we go. Maybe nothing else. Also, the thought of saying, after Lumines Arise, maybe the thought of saying, maybe coming back to something like this, maybe going a different direction, maybe having a case of like a mixture of first and third person for something like this. I think they could do it. And there's enough of a cult perspective on this game, or case of I think it's something that can still be introduced to new people. I think it's easy a case of being able to do that, I think, now, with being more readily available. If Eden once more, I'll be a little more careful this way with her. Saying maybe we can justify another return to this, which I think would make sense. Or as I've said, if Plumbers Over Ties can get a new version, anything can get a new version of itself, or whatever that might be. And something like this? Yeah, absolutely. And I guess also the thought of thinking that, hey, you know, as gaming goes on, think of games that we played maybe when we were younger, and what is the case of introducing them to a new generation via new versions or re-releases of things like that, but then also saying maybe a total rethink of it, like sort of with this, or like Lumines Rise or Tetris Effect or something like that too. Yeah, Tetris is a game that's over 40 years old as it is, and saying there are a lot of different ways you could play that, hundreds. But then looking at that and saying, that seems like that's... You want to talk about maybe the crowd-pleasing game. That's it, even just as far as looking at it and hearing it. In the case that sometimes it's one of those things that it can be just as much fun to watch as it is to play. Sometimes it's a tough challenge, saying, usually look at something playing, like, I want to play this. Give me the controller now. But in other cases, you just kind of want to sit back. I mean, DollyFinn, you said when we did Tetris Effect Connected, as far as the look over, I asked, you want to play this because it's multiplayer? She said, you know what, I want to sit back and watch this thing because it's so beautiful. And you know what? You're right. Even when I went back as far as editing, I said back a while, I was like, let me just soak this in. Let me just see what this game is doing. And I'll do the same with this one. Even as far as when I'm playing it, I'm just taking it all in. Okay, so now, okay, here we go. Alright, so we're doing okay for now, but I just gotta keep my distance. Make sure that nothing can come by. Where's the other game, I guess, when you think of this visually this way? Yup, as far as that. You're right, and I don't know, I don't know if I asked you this when we played this Rez the first time. Had you played it? I knew you saw when we played the first time, but I don't know if you'd seen, if you played it since number one, number two, if you'd seen this Infinite version with this perspective itself. I'm gonna say another game that kind of has this visual look to itself. Again, also in the shell of classic gaming, Geometry Wars Retro Evolved. We gotta show that. That's a game I gotta do for show, and it doesn't fit into the delisted show we're doing, by the way, because it's not been delisted. That's gonna get its own treatment, and I gotta figure what I want to do for the purpose of showing that game. I'll have to think on that one, but it's something that, like this one, yeah, look at all this stuff going on. I've never played this. Well, you're in for a treat. If you've never played this, I'd absolutely recommend you give it a look. As mentioned, it's on, as I was mentioning in my chat, it's on Steam this week for sale. But it is a really interesting thing to think about, and also something that it's not an easy game, as I mentioned, even though, as I said, for certain things I made it look easy, not this. I didn't necessarily make this look easy. But still something that you're going to be satisfied as you play, and I think that's sometimes a challenge when you think about it. Geometry Wars is a cool game, too. Okay, so you played that one. We do have to show that. I'm putting that down as far as we're going to do that for a show. I just got to think, how do we show that? What should we do to show that? Also, what version? I mean, I have the First two for Xbox 360. That probably is the way we should go. But there's also Geometry Wars Galaxies. That's on Wii. That I believe has both of those games in it as far as how they enhanced it. There's 3 Dimensions, I believe, was another one. Oh no, getting shot. As far as we're seeing the shots, don't want to get those going there. Or how that wants to go. Wasn't it a series? Yeah, well, it became a series. Actually, it's from a company I miss so dearly, although I think remnants of them still work on the version they did later. That being Bizarre Creations. That was the team out of Liverpool that made... Of games we've looked at on the show, we looked at Metropolis Street Racer for the Dreamcast. They made Project Gotham Racing. I want to show that game so bad. And when Project Gotham Racing 2 came out in 2003, one thing that they did is they had an extra game they were tossing around as an idea, thrown in. You go into your garage and play. It was Geometry Wars. And they said, okay, this is something we had as far as a takeoff on like a Robotron twin-stick shooter. Then Lucid Games took up the rest. Okay, so DollyFinn, you have the perspective of what that was looking like for Bizarre Creations and where Geometry Wars went. And then what happened was they said Microsoft was toying with the idea of Xbox Live Arcade, even with the original Xbox. They had like a disc version of being able to go online to play classic games and things like that. And they said, hey, we can get new, developers in. It's like, look at the birds going on there. Wow. As they go along. But then saying for Xbox 360, we'll launch with the Xbox Live Arcade, saying for $5 or however much, not as much as $60 you're paying for a box game. We have a game out there that maybe independent developers can get in because they say they can have a less of a cost to itself. Even in the case where people say physical everything, I get that mentality, but also the case that some companies, I hate to say it, they can't always get that case, and sometimes they deserve that idea of being able to do that. Oh my god, look at this. But then saying, how about Geometry Wars? Let's do another one. That's technically the second one, as it was. Oh, his Geometry Wars Dimensions was 2003, 2014, or 2013-14 on the PlayStation 4. And I think it was on Xbox One, and I believe it was on other stuff. Alright, there you go. Yeah, we're getting the credits. Oh my god, look at this. Also, I hope I'm not getting a content strike on this, as far as what this is. Apparently, it's very well received, as far as people saying, as far as the Steam version of 9 out of 10. So, DollyFinn saying, yeah, there you go. Yeah, we'll do that as far as it, but with Geometry Wars Retro Evolved, they said, let's take that game from Project Gotham Racing, let's enhance it. Wow, you're right, look at this. My god. I can just go there, it's like, yo, look at Eden, I should say. Wow, look at that. But also, yeah, in that case, seeing the credits going on as you fly along, like, yeah, I should give credit to that going on as well. Here we go. Okay, it was Hidelic, who did music, by the way, for Star Infinity, Butterfly Effect, Singularity X, who did music, by the way, for the soundtrack for Tetris Effect and Tetris Effect Connected, which is available to IM8-bit, and it's running on an Unreal Engine 5 on this console, by the way, for it. So there you go. And it's running on a new engine, by the way, for this, the Synthesia engine. It's a good thing I went backwards to look at this and say, okay, let me at least give an indication of the credits, because it's the case of stuff with the music for this. I also see, as I mentioned, if I get a content strike, because I know there is California Soul of from the Messengers that's in this. It was in the original game too. I don't know if it's here or not, but if you're not hearing me or something, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I actually got a weird content question when it came to Shenmue with one of the cutscenes. So I tried something that YouTube lets you do, which is they say, we'll automatically mute your video by doing something to it, but all of your voice stuff will still be there. So if that's come to that, I'll have that go. If you're not hearing it, but you'll at least see this, if nothing else. Yeah, there you go. We're not done, though, as I mentioned, but... Look at that. It was enhanced to the publish, as I mentioned. You're born again. Savor your existence till the journey can begin anew. And I guess, maybe that's your thought right there. Thinking there is a thought of saying we can go further into the world of Rez. I think maybe a case where they could make a justification to say, let's return to this. As we got through. But it's worth pointing out, there you go, my shotdown rate is 95% or 94.9%. As far as this, I think there's another way to go through. I don't know if I went through the right way. Okay, I got achievement, trophy, I should say. Bluebird, let's take a look at what that is. Okay, defeat the alternate boss with a shotdown rate of 95% or higher. Right, because there is an alternate boss. Actually, I'm going to go back to my trophy list, because that's one thing I didn't go into Well, I showed that earlier. Let's go to not earned because it goes down to what I haven't gotten yet. Because it goes to the Area X stuff. Because of the Area X stuff, Infinity is shooting down 300 enemies there. Bluebeard is getting a 95 or higher shot down rate, getting the alternate area. This is the alternate area. But there's also a no damage run through this. There is getting through with your character at the highest level, basically at the evolution level at the max. Go the standard boss with a shot down rate 95%, or find the standard boss to the point where I'm not going to lie to you. I want to see, because I did not get notes on this, I wasn't able to get this going. I want to see if we can't show both of these bosses. Because I actually... or normal boss. Because I want to I want to see if I can show that. Just to show what that idea is. So, just to get an idea, like, how do we do this? Okay, I see. At that area when you have the robot bosses, you have to destroy one of the robots specifically. Let's see. It takes longer to fight and has different music, which we showed. I want to see what I can get the conditions on for that. Just because I want to make sure that I can show that and we have a full look as far as what that is. Just give me a sec. Where is it? And people saying already, my eyes start tearing up looking at this. And you know what? Yeah, they got a point. It's absolutely gorgeous. It says that, you have, in the last area before you get to where Eden is... Okay, you need to get... Okay, to get the normal boss, you have to get 100% analysis on all 4 areas, meaning shooting every password protector and the network opening on each area 8 times. So, okay, so I didn't do that. Layer 10, you reach this before the fight, you get... It confirms you got that. So, alright, so that's what I have to do. We have to go through hitting all the password protectors, the enemies on screen that need to be shot, and then shoot the network opening cube. Maybe I wasn't hitting it. Alright, well, let's try that again. There's also traveling mode, and then what I'll do is I'll show off all the extra stuff when it comes to the Rez main game, as we show this. Okay, Area X again, and if nothing else, it's also getting... Okay, there we go. So, I think it's that. So I think it's like normal Rez. Because you hit all these, and then hit the... Yeah, because that's the one you hit 8 times. That's what we're saying. Just want to make sure that I'm looking at this right. Even though it feels like I'm hitting everything, maybe I wasn't hitting everything. And I'm half going through this blind, half not going through this blind. Because I went through it once on my own. And I also went through, or saw Nocturne go through it. That was the first time I ever saw it. We'll have an aspect going on in this as well. And as we go, I'll see what we can do as far as that, and feel free to go into more as we go along. I'll make sure we don't miss anything. It might be one of those things that staying back might actually help me, just to see that, okay, I'm not missing anything. Maybe I'm not destroying all those cubes. Maybe that's the thought. But if nothing else, being able to soak this game in even more than we already have been. I knew this was going to be a part of, running this more, because this is the main thing that they added new for this game. Oh, there's something. Oh, there we go. Maybe I missed that last time. But also because there's an open area, so you have to kind of go search around. Where is this thing? Ooh. But yeah, but having a great time, and hope you are as well, and feel free to go into anything else you got on this, or anything else game-wise. Or anything else you might have seen that's caught your interest, or what you're playing right now. Of what I'm playing right now that's not for show, well, I did do what I promised Chasm22 would do before we get to Shadow Hearts Covenant's next part next week, and that is... I was searching around, make sure I didn't miss anything over here. I don't think it did. I completed Suikoden for the... Well, it's the HD version I'm using. I have the Series X version of that. I promised I'll beat this game by the time we do the next part. I'm man of my word. I've mentioned that specifically, so I said I gotta do this, and I will do this, but also in case that I didn't want to necessarily feel like I'm playing this game out of obligation, and I don't ever feel that case, but also a case of saying, I want to do this because you told me this game is amazing, and I don't doubt you saying that. And he's right, it's a great game. It's one that he's loved since the PlayStation era, The PlayStation 2 era and played the third one. They went back and played the other ones, which were on PS3 as well. But then they did the new version. We were begging for that for years. Or a release date for that for years. It came out this year. It has 1 and 2 on the disc, and I've had a great time playing it. And recruited a lot of the characters, because you can recruit a bunch of people to add new party members that you fight with. Oh, there's something. I want to go get that. And I got 80... Ouch. Okay, I'm not going to be living, I don't think, for this. That crashed into me. I also got to see where is my... Oh, where's that cube? Just look for the cubes and keep going. Yeah, because I recruit about... And without using guide, because they said, for the first time through, I want to make sure that I, have this stuff ready. I got, 8... Fine. I beat the game with 79 out of 108. And I went back to my save before the final boss, and was able to get, so far, 83 of the 108 characters. I have a great time doing that as far as it, because yeah, that's a great game. Another one I missed, because I didn't have PlayStation, and then it cost a lot of money years later. And if not for that re-release, I might have missed it again, as far as how it was. And it's on Switch 2 now, which just came out the other day. A lot of people I know are doing great cases of being able to get that set, or being able to get one. I haven't, but it's a case where I don't necessarily need to rush on it. I still have the email waiting, I guess, from Nintendo to say, when are you in line to be able to buy this thing off of the store for that. When I get that, that'll be the case, I guess. I'm waiting specifically, but I'm getting a sense of other people who have it, of which counts 22. He did everything he could to get it, to the point where he even said, I got my pre-order. Target didn't deliver it till today. It wasn't going to deliver it till today, so I said, I can't wait. I'm going down to other stores to see if I can have it. He left work early to go out and do it, and then he came home back and did the rest of his work as far as that. He's like, I got it, finally, for it. He's been having a great time with what he's been playing. Ultra 94T, he actually took the other one that he bought from Target, as it was. Actually, it was today. He's like, I'm out today as far as doing stuff. Like, can you go look at my house while I'm out for the purpose of that? So it's one of those things I said, okay, I'll be set for that. And then it was later, said, okay, I'm done with what I need to do. I can go get it. The people finding very clever things about being able to get that going, and other games that are on it, which I mentioned, Suikoden is one of them, as far as getting released, and other stuff as well. I mean, I would like to think maybe they put this on that. Maybe an idea. Perhaps. Or other stuff. Whoa. Alright, so now what I gotta do is hit that. There we go. Okay, I'm hitting all these things so far. So far, so good. We're here now. Alright, there's another area down there. Let's go get that. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, where's the other one? Because you have to get close enough for them to open up the center themselves in order to shoot them down. And also, as mentioned, yeah, that weird dichotomy is a mention of saying they want a non-violent shooter, saying you're shooting things. How is that not violence? Well, whether you're in the context of a computer, and in a way, you're almost kind of. I think they said it all goes the de-resing thing as far as what that is. And even the idea that you're kind of doing this as far as saving Eden, as we saw both in the main game and then also in this. So the case of, yeah, how's that gonna go? But then they found the way of how to make it go, you know? Whoa. Oh, there you go. That's another thing of itself. Whoa. It's interesting because, yeah, like, the fact I'm looking for the normal boss, it seems like they're saying the alternate one. That was a great case of itself, what we saw. Saying that that was not the normal one. I mean, I guess not. Maybe because it's like the main game where you have to kind of go the whole way of saying you're in full form in order to get it, although this is a bit different because I don't think you have to be. Just in case where you can't take a hit. I mean, I already failed that. I'm not necessarily trophy hunting on this right now as far as the show, but I am saying we're playing the game and we're showing it off. I have nothing else. Any trophies I get live on the show, I'll take. Aside from the other ones I already got. Wait, where's my... Alright, it's over there. You just look where the lights are coming out from the plane in the center. There we go. I say, yeah, I have to get closer. So why is it not opening? Oh, there we go. That's it. Okay, so I've got every one I can think. Okay, right. All right. So, okay, I think that... Okay, now this is it. It's... Based on the boss I beat first, I think I beat the blue... The blue one or the red one? Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to try beat the red one. And if it takes me to the other one, I'll try it again. Oh, no, no. Shit, no. Okay, got it. So let's see if that makes a difference. If it doesn't, I'll come back and I'll do the blue. I think it was the blue I got last time. I've hit everything as it's been going on, so I haven't missed it. Oh, fine, I've hit everything that I need to for specific targets. Whoa. Okay, let's see what this does, and if it doesn't do this, I'll play this again afterwards, and we'll go the other way. We'll go to the blue. I'll kill the blue one first, because I think apparently it's based on which one you destroy first. Fine, I say killing, but like I don't know if I'm even destroying it either. Okay, I don't know. Is this it? I destroy all of these. So that's all of them. Okay, that's my upgrade. Okay. So that's everything. I'm not seeing anything else. Just make sure that I'm not missing anything here. I'm also gonna go forward to see what I can find. Okay. Here we are. I don't know if it's the same. Yeah, I can't tell. I don't know, maybe it is the same. Fine, I'll know when I beat her, if I beat her. I'll make sure that I can do it. I'll try every case of itself to make sure I don't die here. And if it doesn't work, I'll go back, I'll kill the blue one first. I'll know if we get the trophy, that's the other thing, because I have not unlocked the trophy for the normal way. I'm pretty sure I hit a bunch of stuff. I don't know if I got 100% shot down, though. We'll see. Whoa, back up, back up, back up. I don't want to do that. So it's making me have to rethink Rez a little bit, but in a great way. Oh. Yeah, never once getting boring to look at. Even though I've seen what this is looking like a couple times now, I'm still not getting sick of looking at this. Which is a real challenging thing when you think about it. I mean, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again like this in a game, are you necessarily going to get tired of it? Or not? And this game's like, no, I'm not tired of this. I could play this thing all night. And I am. That's the idea of itself. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it might be the way we had it last time. That being said, I will say, if it doesn't go this time, I'll do it again, but if I don't do it the next time and it's not that way, I'll look into it, I'll see what I can do as far as either having it as an extra for the YouTube site or something. I would like to show it live if I could. As I mentioned, I do want to show off the other stuff for Rez regular. Although it's also worth pointing out with Rez itself for this version, the main difference also that HD had that also this one does that's in widescreen. On the PS2 and the Dreamcast, it was 4:3 aspect ratio, which worked fine as far as what it was. The fact that they 16:9 the game as far as widescreen TVs, and also was natural how they did it. As opposed to saying, hey, we're going to do some weird fuckery for the purpose of that. Like Onimusha 2, Samurai's Destiny, the new version of that, where they said we're just going to cut off the top and bottom. Like, don't even bother at that case. That was a case where Capcom did it really badly, and I'm shocked that they kind of fucked that up, in all honesty. But when we play Onimusha 2, whenever we do Onimusha 1 after, as far as that, we're doing on the PS2. Or, well, okay, it does have a 4x3 mode. We'll run in 4x3, and if you want to see it in widescreen, I'll show you why we don't want to do it in widescreen. I mean, it's not even like the Resident Evil remake, technically. It's remake 2 again, because they took Resident Evil Remake from GameCube and put it on the modern systems, and they said, we're going to give you a sort of widescreen version, but it's not, because we're going to give you... it's almost like the video game equivalent of pan and scan, in the sense that we're going to shift the camera a little bit as it goes to give I guess, the idea of widescreen, but they didn't actually redo the game. I mean, they'd have to repaint the game, really, for the purpose of widescreen. I mentioned that sometimes before, when it comes to older stuff. Sometimes it's a hard thing to do that, or they don't know how to do it, or that's weird on Capcom, because Capcom usually does that right. Or they usually say, like, fine, just do not widescreen, who cares? Or they give you an option saying, it's just to fill the screen out, it's not actually changing the resolution right. Like the Capcom Fighting Collection 2, they basically said, it's 4:3 as far as the users are designed, but you can put it in 69 if you want, but it squishes it. So it's not correct aspect, but it's like, okay, we're trying to add it. Whereas with Onimusha 2, they said, we're adding a 16:9 option, but they didn't do it right. It's like, what happened, guys? Yeah, Rez, even on 360, as far as this, was not that case. They absolutely did the 16:9 right for that one. Oh no! Also, one thing you're also noticing, I don't have overdrive, which is fine, but I guess it's made up for the fact that I just can move anywhere I want. So if that thing's coming towards me, just move out of the way and see if I can get him on another pass. Basically, when I see those purple, that means, like, yeah, don't do that because I wasn't getting myself shot. I don't want to have that happen. I'm close to the end, and if this is the end, if this is actually the boss I'm trying to show, no! I don't want to lose it. I don't want to lose the opportunity and then say, oh, by the way, we have to do this again. Not that I'm not against that. It's just the case that I do want to show. No shit! I had to say it. Fuck. I don't even know if that was the right boss. Alright, one more time, and then we're going to go on to get the stuff for this. Sorry. And this time I'm going to also try the other path. I don't think that was the right one. Because the boss looked the same. It looked the same as what we had before. So maybe it went the wrong way. So, note to self. After I do the clearage out of each of these things of that, when I get to the room with the robots, destroy the blue one first. But fine, I'm just more, I guess, annoyed because I said I'd like to have shown that. Although, it probably would have case that maybe it was the wrong one anyway. But either way, we'll show both of them off. We'll get that set. I mean, we will show both of them off, because at this point, it's basically me saying the one way didn't do it, the other way will. But that being said, I'm not frustrated enough saying, oh, I don't want to play this game anymore. It's like, I wouldn't do that anyway for the show. I'd say, well, okay, I wouldn't do it that way if it was a case where, I mean, if I was here 6 hours and not doing it right, then I'd say, okay, fine, we're wrapping up for the night. But not necessarily a case of me saying, oh, I'm going to just say, oh, no, I can't do that. Alright, so where is it? Oh, there it is. I'm still enjoying myself as far as that. So I guess that goes with anything else. When you get a hard game, we've mentioned this before, you'll do it over and over and over again if you're having as much fun as I'm clearly having. And you're just enjoying the entire experience like I am, and I think everybody from what I'm hearing is. And as we go, we'll also go into final thoughts as is eventually as far as this. I mean, I'll definitely get a couple good hours out of this one. I don't know if... I said 5 hours as far as the advertising on the Twitch site for this one. I don't know if it was going to be that long, honestly. Just because I went through the game so quick, but I will show off all the modes and everything I can. If I do end up unlocking the 10-hour achievement, I will show off what goes with that. Because I did sort of show that when we did this game on 360 before. And I would like to show it. Ah, okay, good. I just... First, like, did I get shot? No, I didn't. So, what's next? Over... Yeah, seeing shots come from... Unless... No, it's over... Oh, there it is. Good. I don't want to miss that, because you can't miss that. Apparently, for the purpose of doing this, you can't miss any of this. It's interesting also now, since I have been playing this for as long as I have for tonight, and also this mode, it's a case where I'm now at a case of saying, okay, I know how this is, I'm enjoying the look and all that stuff like I always do, and what you never won't do when it comes to this game, honestly. And then saying, now I'm paying attention to what are we doing for the purpose of the gameplay part. So I guess if nothing else, it also transitions the player well this way, in that you're saying, I've played this game so much, I've had a lot of things go on with it, now I'm like, I have a challenge I need to do. Basically focusing on that and saying, okay, now this is what I gotta do. I'm gonna do it, and we'll make this happen. And then kind of focus it from a gameplay perspective. Not that I wasn't necessarily doing that before, but I was also maybe taken in by how great it's looking, saying I'm taking the gameplay part for granted, in a sense that I'm just more focused on the presentation, I guess, a little bit. Maybe it's being so second nature with the gameplay, saying I don't want to think about it. Now, like, no, I do have to think about it. And nothing else, I think it helps maybe get players better at this game. I'd say from my experience, it's helped me get better at it. Saying that initially I lose myself in the idea of what it is, and then when I'm focusing on what the idea of the game is, then I kind of, it ends up becoming like the snake eating the tail thing specifically, because at that point then I've reached that zen state, because then in that case I know what I'm doing, I've gotten everything set, and then I'm basically back to where I started, saying I don't need to necessarily focus, but it's also something that I still am focused. It's a weird dichotomy this game has, and a weird power that it has. That's what makes it so great. I don't know if you could say that even about some of the best games. But honestly, in some ways, this might be one of the best games in terms of that. Because of how indelible and unique even the feelings it gives you are for thinking of what you normally would have to think about or appreciate out of a game like this. Or a game like some of the things that this is doing. Because, I mean, honestly, there's never going to be another Rez. Maybe that's the thought here. Fine, there's never going to be another Rez in the sense that... Not that there necessarily isn't going to be another game in this series so much that there's never going to be another game that's quite like this. Even something like Child of Eden. Child of Eden is definitely going after this one, but even that's not exactly the same in terms of what this feels. There's something about this one that still stands out. As far as chat's going to indicate, yeah, that's something to it. And I also talked to Crusader64, because he does have Child of Eden on PS3. I don't know if he'd want to be in on that. I did ask him when he played Space Channel 5, but that's been a while, honestly. I might ask him more as far as things he... Oh, wait, where's the... It's over... Where is it? Oh, there it is. At first I said, did I miss the thing to go into? Whoa, there it is. Okay, not that yet. We'll get that in a little bit. I'll bring up their dibs lists next week, saying, hey, what do you have on your docket as things you said you want to be in on, and you still want to be in on them. Yeah. Down there, whoa. I think this might be the last one, or if it's not, it's pretty close. Alright, okay, it's over there. Wait, there we go. Got it. Yeah, so far I've hit all these things. So, we get in here. Because this is the boss area. I'm going after not the red... Okay, looking it back. I destroyed the red one first last time. Now I'm going to destroy the blue one. Whoa. Also, I think I should back myself up, because otherwise I'm going to get myself killed. I'm seeing also a lot of shots coming at me, so just fly out of the way. Whoa! Focus there, don't even go for the red one. Because apparently it's dependent on which one you kill first. There's blue. Okay, so we got blue. So nothing else will have seen both because I said I'll take that one out and then you take the other one out. Where is it? Where is he? Oh no, wait, did I get hit? I can't tell, honestly, as far as that. I'll have to look back on the video and say, did I get hit? Okay, there you go, that one's done. Okay, made it. Okay, and then I just have to shoot down the cube thingies again that are in here. And I guess we'll see then... Okay, so that's that one. Oh, there's one. Maybe I missed that because you apparently have to hit all of these in order to make that happen. I don't see it again. Unless it's that down there. I don't think it is. I'll try and go to it. Okay, we'll see if that was enough. Maybe it is because I got to a better state of myself. Yeah, I can't tell. Maybe, oh, maybe it's not. I don't know. We'll see. Or if not, if I can't do it, I'll have an answer as far as what it is when I hit it. Seeing what do I have to do, what am I missing. Because it looks a lot like it, or maybe it's just changing the way the ending is. Like the main game. Because in the main game, you have to be at Star Child form at the end of it, or get 100% shot down. Oh, okay, it's in levels. It's either... You die, and then you see her die in the system. You don't have Star Child form, and she's still trapped in. What we saw, which is that she's freed, but there's more to the answer, and you need 100% shot down for that. And then 100% shot down, which is the full answer. And I'll have a link saying what's the full answer. This does look the same, so it's kind of my question. Or maybe it's the case that the boss is always going to be the same. I also don't know if me being in this form, if this is the final form. Because in the main game, it isn't. But maybe I haven't taken a hit. We'll see. I'll find out. Whoa. So far, going okay. Yeah, I love the techno here as far as how it is. It's terrific stuff. And even if you don't like techno, you know what? I don't think it matters. I've mentioned this before when it's come to games where there's a style of music maybe you don't love, but it's so perfect you then love it. It's like, as I mentioned, me catching my brother inherent knocked in the shower singing Offspring and Bad Religion because he loves Crazy Taxi so much. Like, I know you don't like this kind of music. I do. I don't, but it's perfect here. Same deal here. You remember that. That's the idea. You remember music in games like this, even if it's not a style you normally go for. And that has the power of something like this is like getting shot down. Sorry, that is not 100% hit, but either way. Uh-oh. Yeah, he just popped right there. They both did. They all did. All right. In that case, I guess that was risky, me going straight in because they're shooting towards me. And basically for this, what I'm seeing here is basically shoot everything down and then you get a shot at the chest. Oh, fine. It is a shot, but it's also a case that we're kind of building her. We're helping her out. Kind of get the energy back to her. So I'm talking in these terms you normally think about for a shooter, but it's a case where that's not always an accurate idea of saying, oh, this is exactly right. Usually the thought of shooting infers that I'm trying to kill something, which, I mean, I'm getting it to go away, or I'm releasing energy in, you know? So again, getting that philosophical idea, and I love it. And it fits well for this game, which other stuff it might come off differently, or not as well. But not with Rez. Yeah, I don't remember seeing that thing during the last case I did this. At least I don't think so. Then I got to see so much. It's something that maybe not remembering everything about this, which maybe I should. Like, oh, we almost there. There's another shot. There's another shot there. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, it keeps popping up, and I hear like the glisten of the piano get like, oh, there we go. I think we got it. Okay, so oh no, more. I'll tell you the other thing. This is like the great version of Fantavision from the PlayStation 2, where it's a fireworks game. People said maybe it's too limiting as far as the launch title for it. It's interesting of what I've seen of it, but also cases where maybe it's more for the visual stuff. It's like that, and in the case of, you know, just being able to, the playability also kind of matching that too. And also know there's Boom Boom Rocket, which is on Xbox 360. It's also something like that. Oh, I got hit in the back. How much more? I've been doing a lot of this. Oh no! So it's interesting the idea of like the chase here. So it's the case that they're chasing you, I have to chase them. And it's quite cool. Ooh. Ah. Oh. I think I'm hearing also the shots going on the same way that the main game does. No. There we go. I think we're almost there. There we are. Is that it? I can't tell. Oh, we got gold birds this time. Maybe that's different. Oh, I'm not getting shot at more, am I? Oh, no, I got it. Okay, we're done, I think. Okay, so we'll see if this is it. If not, well... yeah, we'll look at more stuff on Rez normal. There we go. Okay, so that is it again. Still beautiful. And still also difficult in the way that Rez itself is. So it does feel like a natural extension. Case where you can keep playing and playing to get better and better and find different things. We'll see if I get this. I'll know if I get the trophy. I did both ways, so maybe there's something I'm missing. If there's something I'm missing, I'll edit in saying what did I miss. As far as saying what it is, whether I'll actually do it. I don't know, I might not be able to. So maybe we can justify a third chance to this as well. I mean, I guess we can justify coming back to any game we want as much as we want. I guess. It's a fair idea. In this case, since I did kind of move away when it came to the credits last time, I'll stay here just till I let them show. And now look at the other stuff for the main game as far as the extra modes and stages and things like that. We'll see what prices on this on PS5. I think that might then be the end of the show, honestly. I guess because we're going to have a really long show next week. I'll go to the schedule later, but yeah, next week's going to be A, earlier at 3 p.m., and B, really long because we're doing Shadow Hearts Covenant again. We didn't have a part last month, and we're actually not going to have another part in July. We have to go bi-monthly for a little bit of time on that one. But yeah, we're going to have a beef of a show next week. With Chasm22 and Crusader 64 coming in along with it. We're produced by Tetsuya Mizuguchi and Mark McDonald. I'm curious if that's the Mark McDonald from Electronic Gaming Monthly. Edit down below saying, is it the same one? I don't know why. It is maybe a kind of familiar name, or a name that could be for a lot of people. But I don't know if that's the case. That's the only case in, you're born again, save your existence until the journey begin anew. Maybe this isn't the one. As I said, I'll know if I get the trophy, but it does seem like it's the same as what happened before. If it's not, though, we'll see. It's usually called the normal boss. There's the alternate boss and the normal boss. The normal boss is the one that's harder to get. I would have thought it would have been the opposite, but apparently not. 84%. So it's not as much of a shot down as I got the first time. I did get the 95% shot down for this. Okay, so it isn't. Okay. Actually, the other thing I'll also do is when I look at the trophies again, I'll compare with Nocturne's, because she's played on PS4, and I'll see which is the one that she got when she went through the area. In fact, I'll do that now. Let's look. Well, let's look at the trophies we have as far as I have. It's 42%, but it says like 10 out of 20. So let's look at them. Let's view all trophies again to see which ones we didn't get, which are Laser Assassin, which is the 95% in areas 1 through 5 of Rez. This one, which I'm still surprised I'm not getting for the Resident for 10 hours or the 100%. Fine. The other one I know why, as far as the 100% in the item collection. That I didn't do, but over 10 hours haven't. Score Attack, I'll show Score Attack. Master of Rez, Trans Hacker. That's doing the direct assault 6 times. That's the platinum for getting all the trophies of the game. That's the boss rush. I have to unlock that first. Standard final boss for Area X, which you didn't see. Blue Butterfly by getting a 95% shot down on that boss we didn't see. Have highest evolution level going through clearing Area X, which you didn't do, and then clearing without damage. And we did get clearing areas 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Getting the high score in the Lost Area. I'll show all Lost Area next. High score in every 5 area of Score Attack mode. And then we saw, which is alternate final boss, 95% shot down rate on alternate boss, and 300 bit enemies in Area X gotten. Okay, let me also get, let's see, hang on, what am I looking for? I'll briefly go home, and then I'll come back to this. Here we go, Nocturne Flam. She has this on PlayStation 4. So let's look at her achievements. Yeah, big on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but even then she dropped it eventually because she said the minigames got her down. Like, I'm not beating this. I can't beat this as far as it. Near Automata, she does almost everything for she'll be involved when we get to that one. Rez Infinite on PlayStation 4. Here we go. The trophy list is the same. She got the Earth, the Mars, the Venus, the Uranus, so she got through all that. She didn't do the last area. The last area is hard, so I get that. And then she got... Oh, she didn't beat... I thought I saw her beat Area X. Okay, I guess she didn't beat it. Never mind. And since I'm here... Oh, no, it says friends who played this, so... Crusader 64 hasn't played it, so let's get back to Rez Infinite. Okay. We did a good case of that. Okay, so what's different as far as other things that we didn't show here? Score Attack. Let's do Area 1. Alright, Area 1, it's the same as before, except you're going for score. And you also have a new item that pops up here. You still have the upgrades for blue for your levels, and the overdrives for the reds. But there's also a green item, which we'll see if we see that. It gives you points. And it's actually a lot of points. We'll see as far as we can see it. So go through that. So it is kind of the same thing, but also show Lost Area. I'll show the Trance Area, and other things. I also can go through Traveling Mode, which, by the way, what happens with that is that Traveling Mode is letting you go through the stage without any risk of death. But you do have to go through and actually play the level in order to do that. At least in the HD you did, and in the PS2 and Dreamcast versions. It might have been unlocked by the start in this one. But I don't know. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, so it's nodes you're picking up. I also love that countdown when you do the shot down as far as the layers to go through. And you do get more points by going through the layers, although shooting down the layer entry does not give you points. And also your multiplier goes up based on how many enemies you have on a lock-on. Like that, I got 7. Yeah, looks like it's 1,500 points, I think. I'll have an actual number if that's not what it is. You're also still at risk of death in here, so be careful there. So yeah, you do want to go for score, but it's also something that you necessarily want to take the risk. And since you have the max lock-on of 8, the max lock-on multiplayer, you have 8 lanes. Actually, one thing this game doesn't have now I'm realizing it, I don't think any version has this, is motion control. I mean, unless you count, I don't know, how do you count the Oculus version? Or the PSVR 2 version, when it comes to that? Because as I mentioned, the one that does, or fine, the game of theirs that does, is Child of Eden, as we've mentioned tonight. And we should do that for the show, just as far as a compare and contrast, and also because I've always been curious about it. And I don't know if you have preference of version. If you want to see it for 360, I have Kinect. You can show on Kinect, and there is the item for that, which is 2,500 points, it looks like. Or you can play on PlayStation 3, where it has move support as well. Or you can just use the normal controller. And it's one of those cases where if we were going to do that, I would play it through Xbox 360 for the purpose of running Kinect, if you want to see it that way. And actually, even though it is backwards compatible with later Xbox consoles, the Xbox One, Series S and X, I know the Series X doesn't have support for the Xbox One Kinect, so you can't play it on that. But I don't know if the Xbox One's Kinect works with Child of Eden. I don't know if it does, because I know that a lot of cases there was no back compat when it came to Kinect stuff. Actually, I know one of the games I have that has Kinect support to it on 360 is backward compatible is Splinter Cell Blacklist. I was gonna say Double Agent. That's the fourth one, the fifth one. Splinter Cell Blacklist that has Kinect support on 360 that just doesn't have it implemented if you run on an Xbox Series S or X. And I think the one is the same way. But as I mentioned, anything from Xbox One we can run on Series X anyway. There's nothing I have that needs the Kinect or something from Xbox One, so there'd be no reason to go back as far as that. Oh yeah, you get 10 points only on the bullets, so I guess that's technically a way of getting more points by maximizing your lock-ons on the enemies. Saying let them shoot a bullet out and then shoot the bullets down to get a tiny bit of points. And as always the case, and I'll show this off as well, you have online leaderboards for this game as well, and they do separate them out based on version of game. So in that case, you won't see Nocturne on the list of it for this, because she plays this on PlayStation 4. Mainly because she didn't buy the PS5 edition. But based on what she saw, she said, I kind of would want to. But even on PS4, it looks great. I mean, I don't even, as I said, I don't think it matters necessarily what console you get this on, as far as Rez itself. Though, as I said, if you want Area X like we showed, you gotta get Infinite on either PS4, 5, or PC, or Oculus. Rez itself, as mentioned, is on Dreamcast for Japan, if you import it. And it's also on the PS2 here, and then 360 via that Cubed collection. Which is the only way to get it now. Alright, so let's fight boss again. Actually, I think we're gonna see the Gigaform of Earth. There we are. Not that there's a whole lot of difference, but there's a little bit of one. I think Giga's the easier form. Slightly. It's not much easier. I think really the biggest case is noticeable is at the end of the battle. Basically, you have the long ring around it. I think in score tag mode, I believe it does default to the Giga form of all the bosses, I believe. So if that's not right, I'll say below, it's not right. go. Oh, maybe, okay, maybe I'm wrong because look at that. That form, or that formation of bullets, that was way harder than anything else I showed. Fine, I'll use the overdrive now. Also, the other thing, I guess, now I'm thinking about this, just to go as far as, I guess, technological differences between Rez HD and Infinite here. I mean, I don't know necessarily if it's that much of a downgrade with the older versions, or for that matter, if this is that much of an upgrade, because the game already looks gorgeous to begin with. It just maybe looks a little better because of the fact that it's running on this, and also because there is HDR support on this console that the 360 one didn't have, and I don't think the PS4 version had. Okay, here we go. This is what's different. You only have the one ring going upwards. So in that way, it's a little easier in that you don't have as many of those you have to take down as with the Terraform. But the boss mostly is the same. There you go, got him. Also say this, for the stuff I haven't shown off in this, there's some stuff I showed when we played this game the first time. I still have it unlocked on 360. I might then put in an edit showing one of those, because one of them actually is you can unlock the Merolian from Space Channel 5 in this. And I might have an edit for that when I upload this in a few days. But there you go. At the end, you get your infiltration score points, and then your boss phase points, and your total, which in this case is 143,310. I got 5th form for player select for Beyond. Actually, wait a second. That might be what I'm looking for. Or maybe not. Yeah, because in Beyond, as we're pointing out, you get... Oh! Oh, no, right. Because, okay, so I guess it's counted like for 8 hours, even though outside on the game screens we're pointing out. It says I played this for 13 hours, although it's it'll update when I do a closeout of this, or if I do a closeout. So, final form. Oh, right, because what you can do is you can run in and say, I'm going to run each of the forms as far as what you have. 0, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. You can get Space Child, and then the last one is the Merolian. You unlock that for the purpose of playing that. If I can't show this on show, I'll have an edit in showing Merolian running through a level. Hey everybody, Captain D-Track here. I want to add this for our play of Rez Infinite, because I mentioned when we played that we did not have everything unlocked, or I didn't have everything unlocked on that version. So I said, we're going back to Rez HD on Xbox 360. Yeah, the one I had issues with recording a couple years ago. But I want to do this because I have most of the stuff unlocked within this. So let's boot it up. I want to definitely show one thing in particular, that being the Merolian perspective. So I'm going to pick a level to run through. It's going to be extra for the YouTube site as it is, as we get a look at this game once more. Because it is a great version, even if you didn't get, the modern one for Rez Infinite from Q Entertainment, by the way, now, or back then they were anyway. And Extra Drive was involved in the port on this one. It's still a great version of a great game, and I do have a bunch of stuff unlocked within this. So I do want to give you this as a little bit of an extra, because I said I tried to get this unlocked on Rez Infinite on a PS5, but I wasn't able to. So, in that case, I said I have a version where I have it unlocked. Let's say it's set as, Eden's getting locked up. But that being said, don't worry about it. We took care of her, and she's alright. Or took care of her enough, as is. There you go. Is it Rez Infinite, released in 2008 for the Xbox 360. Nowadays, it was a download game initially. Thank God they put this to a disc. It's called Cubed. It is on Xbox 360, so you can play it running that way, because Rez HD unfortunately never got a backwards compatibility upgrade to make it playable on the new Xbox consoles. Damn shame, I would say. But that being said, you can still get it that way, but downloading a new. Also go into this to indicate this, because I do need the achievement for the purpose of this. I did do the Resident to get the 10-hour play going on to get the Merolian unlocked, and then Yeah, I think... Okay, that was it as far as the way the achievements went. Yeah, because most of the other ones are the same as far as what they are. And then Power Breaker, Ultimate Cracker, which I got that on Infinite, but not on this one because I didn't do it for every case here. And then 95% shot down areas 1 through 5. Okay, so what I want to do now... Well, there is Res HD Standard. No, we're going widescreen. Sorry. Let's go to Beyond. Because you can go to Beyond, you're able to unlock the Direct Assault case, which I did same case as on PS5 game. We're saying you just beat it once and got ambient. But let's see. So we got Lost Area Transmission. Underneath that is Boss Rush. I don't have it on this version either. But on Beyond options, I do have the characters, so we're going to run Merolian. I'm going to run... Turning this, we are going to go to... wait a second. Oh, wait a second. I can't... Okay, that's interesting. I can't do... Okay, I can't do this without... I think in the new one you can go to another level, your level you're choosing. Alright, fine. We're going to do Direct Assault. We're just going to do normal. Alright, hit where to save it. Let's go here. I guess I'm doing level 1. Alright, so fine. Area 1. Running the Merolian. Yeah, look how big he is. Yeah, you do get the right, left, chew, chew, chew. I do love that. Alright, let's get this set. So it also replaces the music things. Alright, so let's get that going. Also make sure I have everything set here. Also, yeah, I'm realizing it's interesting to be jumping back to this version after doing Rez Infinite. Because, yeah, the rumble is way more subtle in that version based on how the DualSense works, but going with the 360 controls, like, yeah, it's intense as anything. Jesus. So I will show the Merolian going through this stage, and that will be the idea of it, and that'll be an extra as far as the YouTube side. Alright, there you go. And a preview to when we get to Space Channel 5 Part 2. Again, I'll talk to Crusader64 about that, see when he wants to do it. When we do that game, by the way, I didn't mention when we did Rez Infinite. I'm recording this actually right after we did that show tonight. I actually did not mention we were going to play that. We're playing on PlayStation 3. Because I have that version, which is the HD release. So it's on the PlayStation 2 in this country, actually, like Rez. It was on Dreamcast in Japan, but it didn't come out here on that. So... PS2 got it as part of the Spatial 5 Special Edition. Crusader64 is under the impression it has button lag on the PS2. Maybe he's got a point. I don't know if I actually put too much of a test of that, but I can do that. And the HD version, they did do the HD version right, so it's not a case where they screwed it up. So at that point, I was like, yeah, we can do it that way. And I picked up on the PS3. I'll ask him if he wants to do the co-op. It's worth pointing out when it comes to co-op in that game. You think, oh, you have 2 characters going along with that. You have one character handling movement of up, down, left, right, and the other one doing shoot or chew or hey, because they add a different distinction for the B button beam, or the circle button beam, based on how you're playing it on, what console you're playing it on. Also have that going on as far as this, just to go. But, yeah, so I'll ask him about that, see what we're going to do, but that being said, yeah, a little bit of preview to that as we're going with that and chew, chew, chew! And you get that nice thing, ding, from Space Channel 5. Also, this is getting loud. There's also going to the idea of what are the numbers on this one. Okay, I have to have this one way down low, it seems like. Unless I'm... I don't know. It goes to the different stuff with the audio. I mentioned that before on this show, but I guess the different versions even going back from 360 or from PS5 to 360. Because the numbers look really high. I guess if this is bad, I won't use it, but I think I can use it. Actually, even Rez Infinite, it looked like when I was doing my audio test, just to give you a little bit of a peek behind the curtain, it looked like the volume was really loud on OBS that I used to run this through, but it wasn't as loud or bad when I ran the game, either for the audio test or I guess for the show. Yeah, I am feeling this rumble going intense. I forgot how intense it was in this version compared to it on PlayStation 5. And there's not options to change intensity on any of the versions. But just by the very nature of this one, it just rumbles harder. So yeah, if you want your insane rumbling, yeah, 360 is the way to go on this one. Okay, so as far as like the trans vibrator option, which is in this version as well. It's in all the versions of the game. Although I guess going back to it on PS5 then, it is a little more subtle how it goes, but still something you do notice. Not like, hey, you don't feel the rumble. You're still feeling it. Just this one is much more intense. I guess if you want a harder rave with Rez, 360 you mentioned, way to go on that. But still, either way. It's still a great version on this console. I mean, the point is, you can't go wrong with any version of Rez, even on the PS2, being the first one. Because yeah, it's worth pointing out also, one thing I didn't mention is on the PS2, it does have jagged graphics because the PS2 did not have anti-aliasing built into it, and early on, a lot of games on the PS2 did not make use of it. And I don't know if the Dreamcast version was that way, although even the Dreamcast version still looks a little crusty going back to it, compared to what we have now, as far as Infinite, for sure. But still, the game is awesome. Still, for the console, looks great. Point is that, even if you only have PS2 as far as playing it, don't deny yourself this wonderful game. Alright, but you're almost near the end. Whoa. Oh, that just went away. Like, yeah, bye. We'll see you next time, guys. That was a great case of looking at the Marolian kind of going, you know, all the way this way. He's on a crazy journey. Actually, it's not dissimilar to level 3 in Space Jam 5, the first one, when you're going into the planet there. Although in this case, I assume the idea of how the story of that went, where we're playing as one of the Marolians, as opposed to Ooh La La and everybody. Also, it's worth pointing out in Marolian form, there is no level up going on. Well, I don't know if the Marolian can die, because I think I might have gotten shot, and I don't know if anything happened. Alright, there we go. Alright, so let's fight Earth one more time, and yeah, alright. So to get into the Space Show 5 perspective, let's dance! Okay, so Earth Giga, one more rodeo with you. There's a lot of buzzing going on, even though it's a case where there's no, you know, misses going on here. Maybe the miss is there because I'm not 100% on my combo. That being said, you're also seeing this, is that it actually is much closer in. So, alright, I mentioned the idea that this went, for, okay, I don't know where I'm gonna insert this into that show. If this was before or after I said this as far as how it handled... No, it's okay, it is after how it handled widescreen, because I went into my, rant on, Onimusha 2 Samurai's Destiny, the new version of that. Not dissimilar when I went into my rant on Wheel of Katamari Reroll plus Royal Reverie. We played Rez HD as it was 2 years ago. But yeah, this did widescreen it, but in this case you're also seeing it's way bigger as far as how they did the widescreen in this. So, at least for Infinite, they showed that, yeah, they did do a little more when it came to optimizing the HD for the purpose, I guess, of the HDR support that is unique to that version. So not as big as far as how it's laid out compared to this, but if you have a massive, massive television, it's gonna maybe hold off to it a bit better or a bit more, but it doesn't seem like this is a bad implementation, I should say, of widescreen for this. Also, maybe it's just me, but just get the sense that I'm not killing this thing as fast as I did before, but maybe it's just me. So let's keep going. Actually, it looks like there might be bleed over. I hope the hell there's no audio bleed over on this as far as I'm going, but it does seem maybe a little loud unless I have the TV down low. Alright, again, how you have to adjust for audio even for the same game on different consoles. Boy, there you go. Alright, so that's the Esper the Merolian. Alrighty. So I said I at least wanted to show that off. Say, alright, I couldn't show the Merolian in Infinite, but at least I'm showing it in Rez HD here. Alright, so he's just flying off to find his brethren, and we'll see him again in Space Jam 5 Part 2. Alright, have fun, guys. See you later, and enjoy the rest of the video, everybody. Also, you can set up cases of turning on invincibility. If you do have invincibility, there's no high scores going on if you have it on. Although, you actually have to unlock that. By going through Direct Assault Trance and Infinite Overdrives, which you also have to unlock by going through Boss Rush. And by the way, to go into that, Direct Assault is going through all the areas in order in one run. And to score you on that, you have to play through it 6 times in order to unlock the Boss Rush. For the purpose of this, I'm not going to necessarily do that. Yeah, you get also the punk look, old school, psychedelic, and trance. When you beat the trance one, you unlock the boss. Oh, no, you get a trophy for that. And then you unlock those other options. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show off Lost Area. As far as Lost Area, I think, although I'm not sure, the music of this is realized by Cold Cut. I think. I don't know if that's right. Unless. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to show that. We'll show off the transmission. Or the transmission. This is kind of a bonus thing. You don't have cases where you run through this and get damaged. And that'll go on forever. So I'll just show that briefly, and then I'll show the leaderboards. And we'll take a look at price on this. Travel mode is basically just the same thing, except no health. And also you can't do Area 5. Or no health in the sense that you don't have to worry about dying. So let's go beyond. Let's do Lost Area. Lost Area is not easy, by the way. It's worth pointing out. I'll see as far as getting through this. I should be able to do it, but it's also something I gotta be careful. And also to point out there's no boss at the end of this. Okay. So yeah, we want more case of this as well. So yeah, that goes to, as I mentioned, the fact that we finished the main game in an hour and something minutes, like hour 15 minutes, counting the spiel at the beginning, or not counting that. But you'd think that, well, why do you want to pay $50 for this game on this back on PS2, or even the $25 now? Well, with the extra modes, it gives you a lot of value to itself, and then also, in this case, Area X. In this case, Area X is absolutely worth the money for that part of this alone, for Infinite's version. Or the Infinite version, I should say. I'm glad I got to show it, and glad to go into more on Rez. Yeah, I was having a great time playing this. In cases where, yeah, I'm just loving the fact of being able to come to this again. As I said, I want just to go in this as I go along. First, again, I'm sorry that we had the problems with this when we did it the first time, but it's also a case that I want to make sure that we did this right as far as the stuff with the audio that way, and give more. I know he mentioned the Infinite version. I didn't have it, so I couldn't show it. I didn't have the console to show it either, so that was part of what it was. So, in this case, they throw a lot of the enemies you see in the main game into this area, so that's what makes it a lot harder. But that being said, I said it also meant, oh, I can justify coming back to this. Now I have PS5 now, as far as it's, which I didn't 2 years ago. So now I can say, okay, this is totally worth coming back to. And showing it in a different way and having a great time for it. And that's, I guess, the point of Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance. Also, some cases where people said, hey, I wish I was there when you played a game. I mean, I get people who might not be able to be here for the shows we have. We do have the schedule going on as far as what next week's show always is on our Twitch site. So in case they can't make it, that's fine. While I know of the recording, in case they're saying maybe they want to be here, kind of mix it up that way, experience it live. I get that too. So that was a way to do it. Cases where I have games I played that I don't have a recording of because it was in the very early days of the show. That's one thing as far as that. Saying let's show a game to either fix an issue or saying let's show it off in a different way with a different version maybe that didn't exist or something. That also could be something too. And as we're pointing out, for the rest of this year, we'll have second chances every month as we've had so far. Next year, I'm not going to necessarily have a second chance every month like we did this time. And every month we have viewer requests. This is technically a viewer request because first did request the game the first time for it and also mentioned Infinite specifically. So now we have Infinite. We're doing second chance on it, so it's both cases of that. And so next year I've been thinking of this. Because we'll have viewer requests a month, one a month always. We're always doing that on the show. Thank all of you for joining us and joining the best channel on Twitch, no question about that. And the Super Bowl Game Saturday family as it is when you stop by. But I said, well, one thing I said this earlier when we were doing level 5 or area 5, saying the word of scoping. Because I've said, hey, there's games we've been requested or games I thought I want to do on the show, or cases where guests have said, I want to do this game, and cases where, when are we going to do it? How long is it going to take? That being a big case for some of these. And also, in my case, what's scope going to look like? What I mean by that is, I said with Rez, ouch, good shot. When I get a view request, or even when I'm going to play anything, whether it's a view request or not, I say, what are we going to do as far as the play of the game to show it off in the best capacity possible, saying, let's show everything we can, ouch. And this is where it's getting hard, so yeah, I'm using overdrive here, absolutely, because I've already gotten 2 level downs. And also, since this is a point case, you get the point items in here as well. As we're at 70%. Yeah, I've got to hold on to this as far as making sure I'm good. But I said, well, either games as far as that, I want to play, view requests, audience wants to play. Sometimes the question, how long is it? I've had that discussion with guests before. I had that discussion with Edwack and Nikki, who basically pretty much put their foot down on the ground and said, under basically no circumstances are we ever going to do a game that's multiple parts, with a couple exceptions. He's doing for Banjo-Kazooie, and I also said to him, he said, I want to do it in one show. I said, based on how you want that scoped, and we agreed on that, he can't do it in one show, because for that game we get to it, he's going to be doing the main game. He's going to try and speedrun it because it's one of his favorite games of all time, but he also wanted to show the extra eggs, and we have to do the unlocks within the, the castle in Treasure Trove Cove. And I said, for that one, since we're going to play the game on his request using the Xbox 360 version from 2008, I said, maybe the easiest way to do showing off those, because you have to put insanely long cheat codes entered into that castle for those extra hidden eggs you see after you get 100%. You're going to unlock them, and it was years later when people found that. I said, I think we should use the Switch Online for the purpose of that, so we have save states going on, so it cuts out some of the work on that. He can't do that with just one show, so I'm gonna insist on that one, saying no, it's gonna have to be 2. And Nikki's next game, she's gonna do Crash Bandicoot Wrath of Cortex for the Xbox. Oh shit, I'm dead. And this is, by the way, what happens if you get a game over. Yeah, our foreign threat was eliminated. That was us, and we have to do it again, so we'll do it again. She's going to do Wrath of Cortex. I mentioned that's going to be a couple parts. She's mentioned that's going to be a couple parts. We'll figure out what it is. That's not going to be for a while. Neither is Banjo-Kazooie, as it is. But when it comes to that, I've said, well, based on how long certain things are that I want to show, that guests want to show, that want to do multi-long parts or something like that, or cases where I don't know how to scope them, or cases where chat have asked, I said, you know what? We've done preview programs of the show. We'll take a look at a game before we play it for full. I think I'm going to use that as a scouting method. I'm going to say, we're going to do it live for shows as far as the overview of them. And then I'm going to ask to chat, all of you, how do you want stuff like this scoped? Especially when it's stuff you've asked for. I know 3 games that come off the top of my head on this one. This is also why I thought to do this. One is BlazBlue Calamity Trigger for the PlayStation 3. I promised Electroverse that for a while. I said, it has multi-level stuff, or paths through the stories with all the characters, and there's a lot of story content that goes going through. I don't want to, sit on it because we talked about that for the past 4 or so years. I said, I think we'll show it off that way, and we'll get a question saying, chat, what do you think? How do you want to have that game handled? I know Persona 3 not Persona 3 Reload. Persona 3 FES for the PlayStation 2. When I first wanted to see that, everybody said that game's so damn long, how are you going to do it? I like first wanted. I'm not going to say no, we don't do it. I'm going to ask, we'll do it as far as the show, looking at it, and they'll say, let's talk about it, have an overview of it briefly, and then say, when we get to this, how do you want to scope that? For that matter, I guess, I don't know, do you want that preview show we're going to be doing be part 1? For something like that as an example. And of course, Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, that's my case, because I know I want to get back to that as far as going to Kingdom Hearts. It was a great time playing the first, but it's also been a while. I don't have much frame reference on that game or know how I want to handle that, and everybody says good fucking luck playing that. Nobody wants involved on that. Except, maybe Nocturne, but I don't know if even that's a guarantee. But, that being said, I want to at least give some kind of a credit to some of the stuff that either you've wanted to see or that I want to show, but I don't know how to scope this yet. And put it to all of your decisions. And the best John Twitch, that's all you. You make it so that maybe I can understand things. Even the direction where the show is going to go. I just want to show people stuff I have because I have tech equipment. That's all I really want to do initially. And then when I first came in chat, DollyFinn came in chat, Rov was in chat, Dabula 420 Blaze It, you've been in chat before as well. Other people as well. People have been on show and all that stuff. And I said, well, wait a minute. They kind of gave me the idea of where's the direction of the show going based on the discussion we've had, things that went in, and I said, okay, that I think is the way to go. And then now I think I could also use your assistance again. Also, as I mentioned, all of you driving the program, you say you want to see a game for sure on this program, and we're going to do it. Then saying, when I'm not sure how I want to handle it, or I want to get an indication of it, I said, this might be the good way to do it. Saying we'll do one of those a month. So I've already come with a couple right there that I said, how do we handle this? And I'll float that to Crusader 64 and Chasm 22 because they're going to be on the show next week, as it is. But I think that might be the way to do it, and we'll have one of those. So as I mentioned, we'll definitely look at Persona 3 FES for that. We'll definitely look at Blades of the Calamity Trigger. We'll look at Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. We're going to look at the HD version of that one, by the way, on Xbox One, which I have. And then other ones as well. I might also say, I might also ask Chasm 22 this, because he mentions how much he loves Final Fantasy 14, as does, Crusader 64, saying it's going to take you forever to play that game. Because it's an MMO and all that stuff, and you have to basically play that game the rest of your life. It's like, yeah, maybe we could justify a show showing it, perhaps. Maybe. So maybe that could be a thought, So if something like that is thinking maybe it's too much, even for people who love it, maybe say, well, we can have that as a look. It's like, we don't not cover it. If people who love it, they want to show it, same case. And going back to the Edward and Nikki thing, that was the thing with Phoenix Wright, a lot of those Phoenix Wright games, because I know they loved it when I asked them, do you want to have this? Like, no, we basically don't ever want to do multi-part stuff because we'd rather have shorter games we could do in less time. Not that they're going to show a whole lot, mind you, but still, when they have their decision, it's their decision. I'm not going to say, no, they're wrong to that. But I'm also going to say, if that's something you want to do and you don't want to be involved in that, or don't think you can or can commit to it, or in case how the scheduling is, because I know how the schedules are working, it's always going to be a complicated thing. Just in general, that's fine. But as I said, then we'll make it work. Because I know people in chat have asked us if they want to see some games right. You know what? We should show that. There's some these games that way we should show that way. And I'm not saying, no, we don't show it. So at that point, I said, I think that might be the best way to kind of get some of those things going. Or even in cases where we're saying, like, well, I don't know if you could ever justify a full show of something like this just because maybe there's too much to it. Like, maybe that can be an answer. Maybe we can say that'll do it. And if that's going to be our coverage of the show, maybe that can be it. I don't know. I don't know necessarily if that's going to be something where that maybe would be the feasible thing, but I think that might be an idea. And I guess if nothing else, as I'm getting shot by these things, these are the things I mentioned. When they're close to you, they do the shot off, and they'll shoot you in the center, and that's not good. Whoa. But I think I'm almost at the end. I'm in better shape going into this now than I was before. I think that might be the way to kind of go. And also, I guess in my case, it's also something that I'll maybe take not as advanced notes on some of those things. Cases where not that it's ever a pressure case as far as it, but also cases where I say, well, I have to prep for a lot of stuff for it, but I'll say that kind of means that we can kind of have it a little loose. Fine, looser than we normally have. It's fine. This is a pretty loose show if you're the first time here, A, welcome, and B, this is kind of the way we operate. Just kind of sitting down, having a relaxing time, kind of going deep into stuff of gaming. And even cases where it comes to struggle with a game when it might be hard. That was Gemini 96's case when he was showing me Dungeons of Daggereth yesterday, as far as him going through that. A game I know he wants to show on the show, and he's been streaming himself. That was a fascination, let me tell you. I was watching that. I just want to go into that because I know he was streaming that last night. And just to indicate that, I was absolutely fascinated with this, because I never heard of this game. It's an ancient, sort of text-based, sort of RPG, but it's not completely as we are at the end of the Lost Area. It's quite a sight as far as it, so we can do a log out of this. It was fascinating, and also the idea of how he went through that, and also just how in-depth that game really was for something from 1982. I said, this is interesting in the case of something I didn't know for it, and kind of having my horizons broaden. Same with Ack, who I work with, who mentioned a game called Happy Wheels. I said, what is this thing? He's like, you've heard this? Like, no, I haven't, because I asked him a question about a game we're going to have in our Delicious Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2. I said, when I play a game based on a license, I'm going to keep this hidden, and DollyFinn, you're not going to like what that is. You're going to be begging for The Wolf Among Us again. I'll promise that. But we are going to show this. It's based on a license, and I said, how do you want to, if you were going to make this game, how would you make it as far as a license? And he gave me this idea. He said, to this game called Happy Wheels, like this physics-based driving game. I said, I never heard of this, but it's case of, now I'm enlightened now. I know what that is. I know what Dungeons & Daggereth is. I know what Happy Wheels is. It's like, I missed that craze. Apparently it was a craze as far as on mobile platforms. I totally missed this thing for that. The cases where I kind of have that stuff open as far as myself, and I think maybe when it comes to some of these preview program stuff, which we'll do every month, as far as like a fine preview program for scoping. I'll come with a better name as far as that, because we've done preview programs before, but maybe indicate it some other way. I'm saying maybe that's how we cover some stuff that people say, no, you can't do this on the show, as far as, you know, maybe too much of a element to itself. Like, I don't think so. I think we can do something with it. Show off some of this stuff, even if it's really long. You know, I might even say to Edwack and Nikki next time on the show, which don't know what it's going to be, in all honesty. As your transmission, this is going to be a case where I'm going to press start, and I'm going to turn this down because this gets a little loud for this. I'm just going to say that. So let's go to 27.8. This is an invincible area, or you're invincible here. You're just a ball of light. You're basically shooting through, and it's a vaporwave case. I could then float to them saying, you know what? We'll do a preview program, Phoenix, right? They'll be involved. And he's like, do you want to be involved in just one show? I'll probably say, yeah, sure. I think at that point, they might want to do that. So maybe address that concept as far as, like, hey, do they want it? Because, look, I know they love those games. So it's like, I've openly said to them or anybody else, I said, look, if this game is long and you want to do it, I don't care. I'll let you do it. I'm not going to take that away from you. But that was the case with Crusader 64, because I asked him the other day. He was going ecstatic, by the way, about Bloodstained the Scarlet Engagement that was announced at Sony's State of Play the other day, because he loves Bloodstained Ritual of the Night. And I asked, I said, do you want to do that for the show? You want to call dibs on that? He said, no. I was like, you don't? He said, that game's too long. I don't think I can manage it. And I said the same thing, saying, it's yours if you want it. But it's also something that maybe that's the idea. Maybe we scope it less. Maybe that's the thought. Maybe we don't. Not saying we don't go all the way with our games on the show, but also in case if it's so massive like that, I don't know, maybe that's an easier way to go and still make sure we cover it. Maybe. I mean, something like Final Fantasy XIV, I mean, I get that idea. It's a massive multiplayer online RPG. We've never played one of those on the show before, and it's one of those questions of how do we scope that. Some stuff it's easy. We can do Rez in a night. We can do Road Avenger in 2 weeks in a night. And all this stuff as well. But other stuff's like, I'm not against multi-part games, number one. And I didn't start with the concept of that. I said, how am I going to do that, first of all? But then we figured out how to do it. And also, for that matter, how am I going to make sure we have the variety of the show that I always say? Because I guess I could take one game and say, we're just playing that all year. But since I do this every week, I'm going to say, no, people might want to see something else. And also, in that case, give a case of saying, we'll have that game going fully, but also let's have the variety, because people said they love the variety of stuff they see, you know? They love seeing everything I got. Everything I have, but everything other people have, saying like what they want to play, or we'll have C play and cover that off, and also make it so that, you know, they'll have their stuff represented that way, because I know I'm not one of those people who believes in the concept of saying that I never want to play any game as far as being shown or something. But no, it's not something like that. I definitely want to show that stuff because, as I mentioned, people have memories with stuff like that. And I'm not going to say to you, no, your memory is totally null and void. It doesn't matter. I'll play what I want. Like, no, I don't want to be that way. I'm not going to be that way. And I'll tolerate that, as I've mentioned on the show. But that being said, it's something that I said. It's sometimes that's what I'm thinking. I've said this before. I'm in the show for the long haul. I just want to do this as far as it showing all this stuff. I kept thinking about it. That is a challenge. I'm not gonna say it's easy as far as what this is. As far as even thinking how to keep this going this way, especially for stuff like that that's really long and scoping stuff out when we don't know. But that might be a way. And I think what I'll do is I'll posit this also to every guest we have this year, saying, are there games you want to show that are really long? And if that's the case, do you want to be involved with this preview program initiative? I'm thinking next year. As we're also seeing the great trippy visuals in here. It is nice stuff. If you get your vaporware stuff going on and you have this going on, it's really nice. It also makes it really easy for me to do a mic pull whilst I'm, going through this, just to make sure that, the sound isn't going screwy. And also, since I'm not in danger of anything, I'll be set to that. That being said, I will also not necessarily be in this forever. Well, fine, I could be in this forever, but I'm not going to necessarily do that. So I'll go for a couple more transitions through as we see. But it is good stuff. And as far as this music, yeah, I don't know what this is. I'll have to have an indication down of what that is all about. Also, let's see. I'm looking at my res notes from a while ago. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else that I had. Oh, right. Because I was saying, why do I have this thing about Project Eden? That's a game that came out in 2001 from IDOS and Core for the PlayStation 2. Because apparently that's what this game was called initially. And then K Project. And then they changed the name to Rez. And then the art direction lead artist, that being Katsumi Yokota, I should say. Did artwork for Panzer Dragoon 2, Zwei, Panzer Dragoon Saga on Sega Saturn, Sonic Adventure, Sakura Tyson, and Lumines. Okay, so yeah, having a good time this way. And also thinking about, as I mentioned, some of these things that are on my mind as far as stuff we show, and also making sure that we're showing everything you want to see, and also stuff that I know that I've wanted to show. Although I guess, see, it's a funny thing. I gotta think about this when it comes to really long games for myself, or that I really want to show. When it's stuff that I really know, it's something where it's not as hard for me to necessarily scope it as opposed to other things where I'm not sure. Like Persona 3, I had no idea how to scope that, so that's why I would be asking that idea of it. And why I've asked that constantly to people for that, for BlazBlue, for Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, as an example, and other things. But if I know a game really well, it's something that I sometimes just have to sit down with it, play it a little bit, and then get a sense of, okay, what do I want to show, how do I want to show it, and then also where in schedule can it fit it. And also make it so that, especially when I'm doing it myself, I have a part a month. I mean, as I mentioned, with guests, it's not always easy for that, because you have to make sure that, everybody's able to be set. And if they can't make it for a month, it's a case where either you do it without them, or it's a case where you say, how do you want to have this handled? And that's fine that way. But in that case, I can kind of fill it with stuff. And actually, as it turned out, because we're not going to be able to have our part of Shadow Hearts Covenant for next month, I actually do not have to fill it with content anymore. I'll go into that later in schedule. But having said that, I think this might be a good idea as far as what I'm thinking with this. The case where, as I mentioned, when it comes to games I really know, like say Shenmue 2, when we get to that, I know exactly what I'm doing to scope that game. So at that point, it's just a case of me sitting down and thinking, when do we want to do this, and how long do I necessarily want to wait before I go to it? I mean, I can't do that game this year. I don't think I can do that game next year, either, honestly. But we'll do it eventually. So that'll be the thought. And I guess I can maybe kind of think that a little bit when I go and look and see, okay, how much does this cost on the PlayStation Store right now, for the purpose of that. But and I'll show you a little later. And I think I'll go through this one part, I'll stop, and I'll see what other things we haven't shown in this yet, and if I'm almost done with it, I think we might do that, and maybe that'll be the end of the show, but I'll see. Because honestly, I have been managing this game maybe better than I did before, when I played this 2 years ago. Not just as far as the tech stuff, which I've been watching like a goddamn hawk tonight, as you can probably tell, but also because I've played it enough now, so at that point I was able to go through that. I still can't believe I went through the story as well as I did. Sometimes it happens, you know. Sometimes you play a game like that, and then you practice a lot, and sometimes it kind of works really well, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on what that is. So sometimes you never know, and sometimes in the moment when you're doing a game stream like this, sometimes something works for you, sometimes it doesn't, or sometimes it works for you and doesn't work for you, which is kind of what happened with this, in which case where I couldn't, I died twice at Area X and couldn't show the normal boss, which I guess is supposed to be the actual one. I don't know. There you go. So that is, I think, back to the beginning of this. So yeah, when you're done with that, you can come in here, do a log out, and do a quit. Okay, so let's see. There's the options for that. I can't show them early, and I'll probably just edit in footage that I'll record for the 360 version when I have that set, just to have that in line. It'll be brief. I'll pick a level that's not, because I did one for score attack. I'll do something that's not one. I'll do another one. Fine, let's take a look at how to play. I know it's late to look at this. Actually, they mentioned this, so it goes to the idea of what I mentioned on Project K, so I planned this, I guess. Yeah, the core system is the AI named Eden. That's what we saw. Eden's the most advanced AI ever created. Remember, this was made in 2001, way before AI is what it is now. We had Metal Gear Solid 2 come out that same year, questioning the idea of what is artificial intelligence really going to do for that. Yeah, developed the consciousness. Okay, so that's kind of the question as far as network society with crime rates rising and being on the verge of collapse with an overpopulation of the world. But Eden became confused. The flow of information sent to it began to increase in size and volume beyond anything anybody knew, and it started to question the meaning of his existence and consequences of his actions. So it got very existential, as you mentioned. So it's fitting this way. And it had a lot of paradoxes. Remember, it doesn't have a paradox crumble zone like Santa Claus on Futurama, and it said, I'm going to start shutting down the system for that. So now we have to go into cyberspace, we did, of Project K's network to reawaken Eden, which we did, by going into each area, each layer, destroy the viruses and the firewalls. And we opened our senses as we did. As I mentioned, now to play this game, kind of late to indicate this now, but this is how we went. Hold the X button or R2 if you set that option up. I use left analog stick to lock on, release to fire. You can also get a max of 8 targets at once. All viruses and projectiles will be destroyed on the screen for a limited time. If you have overdrive, hitting the circle button for that. Let's see. This is your HUD with a laser sight. That is what it is. Laser spelled with a Z. The evolution gauge, that was your level up thing. I didn't have the actual name, but now I do. Overdrive gauge over on the right. Go through to do the lock-ons. You go aim for an analyzation rate by doing the network openings, which are those boxes. Alright, enemy viruses attack when they shoot the missiles and things like that. You can't dodge them, you have to shoot them down and avoid taking damage. Evolution level 1 is the one in the middle. Evolution level 0 is the globe. You get to shatter the globe, that's a game over. As you go along, you have it going upwards by 1 level. It takes 8 shots in order to warp to the next layer level with this. And if you get... Oh, right, I forgot. You have to actually go and get 100% analyzation on areas 1 through 4, otherwise Area 5 is not unlocked. So, one thing to keep in mind, the overdrive are the red things, you have 4 at max, and they will do the destruction and everything. The evolution icons are the blue icons, of which the ones that's kind of in like the, I don't know, like the 4-pronged side thing like that, that gives you 1 extra evolution level. The ones that the circle give you 3. And that's the aspect of the story. And also show that with Area X, because Area X will be put into context as well, except saying, no, this is how it is. Okay, so the purple is the outcoming attack, and then blue is the destination you're going for. Okay, so not much of a background on that. Oh, the traveling mode. I don't want to do traveling mode on this. I just wanted to see if it gave you an option. I was like, wait a second, hold on. And also, when it comes to setup on this, you can still put the trans vibration on this. Your type of controls, you can use R2 to shoot or use X, as we did. Let me look at this to see if there's anything else I'm missing here. We played everything. Went through travel, basically, because we showed... Fine, the transmission is basically travel. I'll have added in the thing with the Merolian. Right, the leaderboards. I'll show the leaderboards. Okay, so you have aspects as far as this for your leaderboards of... VR, okay, right, VR method. So yeah, if you want to do your VR method running on this, you have normal 2D play, VR standard, VR advanced dynamic, overalls, my score. Where am I? That's... Okay. Actually, wait a second. Hold on. Where am I? If I'm 179... Okay, it's not letting me go... Is it letting me go down? Oh, no. That's looking at where I'm at. Okay, so fine. Let's just look at my friend's score, because nobody's played this on this system. As I mentioned, that's the reason Nocturne's not on my friends list, because she plays on PS4 and they have separate leaderboards. Okay, so I'm 179 on the leaderboard for the purpose of Area 1. I don't know, maybe people haven't played this much on PS5. But basically my best analyzed, shot down, item collection, and playtime for the level. That is not playtime for the purpose of the 10-hour achievement, if you're going to go that way. And then score you got through. Mine, by the way, nothing VR, because I don't have the VR thing. We can maybe come back to this if I get a case of that, which maybe we should, you know? And we did get some interesting stuff with VR. We got that new Deadpool VR game that's coming out, which has Neil Patrick Harris voicing him, and they played Tell It to My Heart by Taylor Dane in that trailer. I was like, oh my god, that's amazing. Though it'd also be a question of licensed content on that, if they have it in the game. Area 2, I'm number 89. Area 3, I'm number 125. Area 4, number 160. 95 on Area 5. And then, yeah, for Direct Assault, 96 for me doing in a little over an hour running that. Lost Area, number 60. I'm surprised I'm that high. Oh, no, 80, I should say. Sorry. Boss Rush, I haven't unlocked it. And then that's that for everything there. Okay, so those are your leaderboards. Yeah, I think that's going to be it, I think. But I'll tell you what we're going to do. Luminous Rise. Yeah, I gotta get that game. I cannot wait for that game to play. All right, I'm going to do a switch out. So we're going to look at the achievements already. Or trophies. Got to remember the PlayStation terminology. I'm doing a closeout. All right, so let's go to the PlayStation Store. All right, there's another good game, Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I'm playing on Series X because it's on Game Pass. That's also another way of being able to discover stuff like this. There's that. Also, Silent Hill F. Oh my god, they showed that off at Sony. My god, that looks terrifying. I cannot wait to play that. That's out on September 25th. Same day as Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, as the case. Let's see. Let me do a search in for Rez. And actually, I'll also look for other stuff of Resonair. Grand Theft Auto 6 is out in May of next year. Everybody wants it. And I'd want to. Eventually we'll get there. But let's take a look. How much is Rez on this system? Okay, I own it. So, okay, you want to buy the PlayStation 4 version? That's on sale for $9. And the PlayStation 5, can I see how much this is, even if I bought it? I think it's on sale regardless. So, if Protorov is saying in chat that it's 70% off on the Steam version, and 70% off of this version for PS4, okay, so it's $9 until Wednesday. Basically, probably by the time I'm going to upload this for the YouTube side, maybe I'll get it earlier because it's going to be shorter out. Yeah, if you want this game, it's on sale for Sony's Days of Play sale, and also on the PC as well. Yeah, final thoughts then, I guess, on Rez Infinite. This game is a masterpiece. If you've not played this game, absolutely get it. At any cost, you can. Even if you're just like, hey, I got to get this on PS2 or something, or the Xbox 360 on that cubed release, get it. It's terrific. It's beautiful to look at. It sounds great. It plays great. It has a lot of hidden depth that you might not think it has. It does get you thinking as far as, I guess, a philosophical case, but in a way that fits for the material and fits for the idea of what it is. It's a feast for the eyes and the senses. It is a work of art of a game, no question. And Resonair, Q Entertainment, United Game Artists going backwards, absolutely should be proud of what they crafted with this one, no question. And I get that completely. But let's look at some other stuff of theirs. Stuff we played, sort of, kind of. Let's look at Tetris Effect Connected. That is on sale for $20 on PlayStation 5 this week. It has VR support on this, also on PS4, and it's on everything else. It's on Switch, it's on Xbox Series S and X, and it is on the PC, and there's Oculus version. That's Tetris Forever. I have that coming in next month. I have a physical version of that from Digital Eclipse. By the way, I also should mention that. I'll get to that in a second. Actually, Lumines. Let's talk about Lumines, because I mentioned Lumines Arise is coming out. That's out in the fall. But there's Lumines Remastered. That is a redo of the PSP game. That's there. That's $4.50 on everything. That's on. I also want to see this. Can I look? Is there a trailer for this thing? Yes, there is. You know, I'm gonna mute Mike. I want you to see this. It fits what we're doing. So let me quickly go. This was from the Sony State of Play. Have a look at this.
our veins. Heartbeat, love is making waves. Emotion, running through our veins. Heartbeat, love is making waves. I'm facing my fears, backing away. I'm facing my fears, backing away. We're touching skin to skin. The body's that we're in. We're feeling everything. We're only human. No superheroes can save us all in the end. We'll break away within. We're only human. Emotion running through our veins. Heartbeat. Love is making waves.
Yeah, look at that, my god. Hope I don't get content strike for that, but yeah, that is coming out in the fall for the PlayStation 5, the PC, and there's PSVR 2 support for that. Yeah, I am totally stoked on that. That looks unbelievable. So yeah, and it is from the next game from the people who made this, Rez, I should say. The same company that made Rez, I should say. I don't know if this is the next time we come back to a Resonair joint. As far as other games of theirs that they're involved with, actually, I'm trying to remember. I don't know if Every Extend Extra is on this system. I know it was a PSP game originally. Every Extend. Let's take a look. That's another kind of elliptical one, and an interesting one, if not necessarily something that's like the other case. I don't think so. I don't think it's on the system. Space Shuttle 5 isn't, and we have Space Shuttle 5 Part 2 at some point. I'm going to talk to Crusader64 if he wants in on that one, because I know he loves Space Shuttle 5 as is. There's Child of Eden, which is on PS3, so it's not going to be available here. We probably should look at that. And then, of course, Tetris Effect Connected, and God, what other things has this company made? Why am I blanking? And Sega Rally Revo is not available this way because it's PS3. Let me think about this company once more. Anything on them that I can think of. Gunpei was on DS, so that was not it. 99 Nights 2 is a 360 game. No, I think that's it. Okay, so next time we come back to Resonair, we're also going to do I'll do a scope program on Tetris Effect Connected. We have to. We absolutely have to do that. But yeah, that'll be the thought of itself. And I guess also a good case as far as some of the things I'm seeing here, because of things I know are really long. There's Metaphor Refantasio. This is from Atlas. This was the people who made Persona. This is a game that Kazan22 gave me. He loved this. This was basically his game of the year last year. And I get it. It's terrific of what I played of it. I haven't played as much of it as he has, but it's a terrific RPG. It's a lot like Persona, but has a lot of unique things against Persona. That's something we could preview. I could get that aspect. We got to play a Final Fantasy game. We have not played one yet. This is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. This is the second part of the Final Fantasy VII trilogy, as far as itself. I don't know we'll get that third one, but that's going to come around. We could take a preview look at one of the Final Fantasy games. Also, I was suggested by Kazan22 and Crusader64 and Gemini96 saying I should do a blind play of Final Fantasy IV, because I mentioned how much I love Final Fantasy IV, but confession time, I've not beaten it, and I also said, you know what, we gotta do it at some point. So maybe that's something we should do that way, so I don't, but I can pick another Final Fantasy. We should show a Final Fantasy. We keep talking this damn franchise, and not a single thing has been indicated on this show. I was like, you're right, we gotta show something. We gotta fix that. Maybe that's the other thing. Fixing cases where there's games on this show, or franchise on the show, we've not given enough attention to yet, and not because I don't want to. Absolutely not because I don't want to. I will show anything on this program. I always say that, and I promise that. So maybe this is a way to kind of get self-started. It's like, when are we going to touch this franchise? People are going, when are you going to hit a lot of these franchises? And this is a huge one. So maybe that's an idea of what we could do, you know? And also going into other things as far as the state of play stuff. There's a free demo of Neo 3, which is coming out in January of 2026. They dropped. And there's going to be a demo, by the way, also of Lumines Arise in a few months. And also Cairn. This is a mountain climbing game with a kind of cel-shaded look. Going for realism, though. But also in case we're kind of connecting with people who's doing a mountain climb, in case, yeah, it's going to go into danger of doing that. I'll still have to play that, but they did drop this as far as a free demo for both of these two after that for the Sony thing. And I will also show one other thing, which is going back to stuff that's on my my wish lists. I mentioned when it came to Tetris Forever, when it came to Digital Eclipse, they announced their next collection. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about this game. And you know what? I will show you the trailer of this, and at that point we'll go into schedule. I think they'll be on the show. Let's, yeah, watch the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection.
Pretty early on, a big game was fun to play. People were excited about it.
The most rewarding part of it is just seeing people react to it.
We knew that we were onto something.
It was such a shock to see this game. I was like, I can't believe this game exists.
It became something that added to the mystique of Mortal Kombat.
We're showing you a part of a world that is much larger.
There was no template to make the games. It's a bit of the Wild West.
Every part of that game is an expression of who we were and what we wanted to do.
Flawless victory.
Yeah, I was going totally nuts on Mortal Kombat Arcade, or Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. Arcade Collection is something you can't buy anymore once you get it on the PS3 or the PC. Yeah, Digital Eclipse, the masters at this point of the video gaming documentary, where they say, hey, we're going to have a classic game compilation, we're going to have documentary footage and discussions with everybody involved, including, yes, you did see right there, it's not just Ed Boon who does the modern Mortal Kombats, it's John Tobias, who's not been connected with this franchise for a while. And he kind of went off his own doing stuff like Tao Feng, Fist of the Lotus on the Xbox, but not really involved in that. They got him back for this as far as going into the history and the context of Mortal Kombat, which, whether you like it or not, is one of the most important games around, and something where if there's any game that deserves that gaming documentary treatment, there are a lot of games that do. In fact, I believe even Rez would eventually, maybe 20 years from now. But Mortal Kombat definitely deserves it, and yeah, the fact that they're getting their hands on that, they're doing the Atari 50 thing, they're doing the Tetris Forever thing, they're doing the almost off the Jeff Minter story thing, they're doing the Mega Karateka thing. We're saying, we'll give you tons of versions of Mortal Kombat 1 through 4, and a couple other ones on the periphery, and then go into the context of why these games were such a huge case, why you saw there all that violence back then. It was shocking as anything, saying like, yeah, you're ripping someone's heart out, you're decapitating them, pulling their head out from their spinal cord. Yeah, they're doing that, and it's worth pointing out also this collection, I will mention this. You did see right on there, you're seeing, well, the usual thought is you'll get arcade ports on this, right? You're getting those, but, yeah, you're getting versions from Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Game Boy, Game Gear, even 32X in the case of Mortal Kombat 2. Specifically, you're getting Mortal Kombat 1 of what they've announced so far, because there's things more than just these. Mortal Kombat 1 for the arcade, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Game Boy, and Game Gear. Mortal Kombat 2 is also arcade, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Game Boy, Game Gear, and 32X. Mortal Kombat 3, so far, they've only confirmed arcade, Super Nintendo, and Genesis. On Mortal Kombat 3, they've only confirmed arcade and Super Nintendo right now. Mortal Kombat 4, that's a question. They've only said the arcade version. And I don't know if they put Mortal Kombat Gold from the Dreamcast up there. I would think they might. And also putting 3 from the Game Boy Advance, those being Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance, Mortal Kombat Tournament Edition, where they're kind of halves of each other, and the infamous Mortal Kombat Advance, which was one of the first games from Electronic Gaming Monthly to ever get a 0 out of 10 from one of their viewers saying, quote, no, that 0-0 score is not a misprint. Yes, Mortal Kombat Advance is that horrible. Which is a takeoff, by the way, of Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, as is on the Game Boy Advance. Leave it to Digital Eclipse to take that game, put it into a collection like this, and I think put into context that game as far as taking a game like that, putting on Game Boy Advance, and it turning out so bad from what I've understood. That is like an April Fool's Day game for it. Where you're thinking, well, they can do Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 on the Game Boy Advance. It was on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, right? Yeah, you'd think so, but oftentimes your kicks are not connecting when you're right next to them, but they will from far away. You shoot like a fireball or something like that, it just won't hit them. It won't work. You're like, what's going on here? It's like the game is broken, and it got released, and it was seen as one of the worst games on the Game Boy Advance, but they're putting it in here, and alongside two better fighting games as far as them doing 3D with Daily Alliance and Tournament Edition. And we don't know if they're necessarily going to go further than that with Daily Alliance from the consoles or further out from that. But still a case of, yeah, it's definitely going to be really interesting. This is out this year on everything. It's PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series S and X, PC, Switch, and Switch 2. You bet I'm going to be picking that up. It's that and Lumines Arise for me of the stuff that's there. And there's also Silent Hill F. I won't necessarily show the trailer. I could. But that was one that got my attention. Just going to want to get a sense of that, and also because it came up with the idea of saying, hey, talking about Rez here, Rez Infinite, because I'm on PS5. Yeah, it's a wonderful game. If you've not played it, I cannot recommend you play it enough. I'm trying to think also of how I can end on music. What's a good way to end on music? I don't know if I necessarily have a case of that. You know what? I'll tell you how I'll end it. I'll boot Rez up again. I will go into... I'll just let the intro play. I'll let that go. I'll also turn the volume down because I have it up way too loud because of the trailers that I muted on. And we'll go into aspects of the schedule, and I think that's going to be the idea of Super Bowl Game Saturday for tonight. A little shorter, but also cases where it is filled jam-packed. It filled extra things you might not expect and things I didn't even expect. I didn't think to myself, until I went to the store thinking, maybe I should trail some of this stuff like Lumines Arise. And also because, Chad, you mentioned that Rez Infinite is on sale on Steam, as it turns out, also on the PlayStation systems, for like $9 for a couple more days. So if you want to get this, now is a perfect time. You can save a lot of money on a great game that even at $30 is worth the money. If you're like, hey, if you wait and don't get this and pay $30, you're not going to be regretting that. But since you get it for cheaper, why not? And they do a great job with it for sure. Okay. So with that, I think what we can do is we'll go into schedule. And as I said, next time we come back to this company, I don't know what we come back with. It probably, the more I'm thinking about it, it'll probably be when we do our preview program for Tetris Effect Connected. I think we'll still do the Switch version, but it's also something I'm tempted to get on this. So at some point we can show VR, because I know we talked about that too. But I'll figure that. I think that'll be the next time we come back. And then because I want to scope that game. I want to show that game off too, as far as going fully. But I also don't know where do we start. Because we've got to show it all, I think, and I think we can. And I'll have to have multiple people on that because of the multiplayer methods. We'll figure that. We'll get to that eventually. Okay, I think with that, we can go into schedule for the next couple of weeks and months. And in this case, since it's early enough, well, first off, I think I can have the edit turned around on this one probably before Wednesday, I think. But also, I can go into the full schedule it is, and also indicate stuff that's changed, because there's been a lot that's changed over the past week. I did edits for last week's show indicating that, but I will indicate now, as it's not really out of music. You know what? I'll tell you what I'll do. I will show traveling mode. Let's go to... Yeah, let area 1 go. Perfect. So yeah, it's going to be flying and nothing's going to happen, so let it go. Okay. We still get some stuff music on as far as this. Anyway, let's talk about schedule then. Next week is going to be 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so we're going earlier because we're doing Part 4 of Shadowheart's Covenant. Crusader 64 and Chasm 22 are coming back. It's been some time for them for the purpose of this, but we have Disc 2 to start next. So yeah, we're about halfway through the game, sort of, for the main story, but we also have other stuff we want to show, and that's a long game, hence we're doing those long parts, and early parts, where we're doing them at about 3 o'clock. Also, I'm going to do an analyze on this whilst I'm going, just because to show the idea that we can kind of get to a new area. I'm also going to turn the volume down a little bit, because I added a 26.5. We play the game just for the purpose of that. So I have that going for a little bit of the build. So that's going to be next week's show. Looking forward to doing that, and also have them discuss everything we had going on with the State of Play, and also with the Summer Games Fest announcements from yesterday, and also Microsoft stuff, which is tomorrow. As I mentioned, I'd like to see a couple things. I'd like to see release day in Perfect Dark. I think we might get that. I think we get Persona 4 Remake announced. Maybe we hear something about Everwild, because Microsoft says no, that game's not dead, even though it's been in development for, 2018, like 7-something years from Rare. We'll see, but we'll talk about that as well in between battles and stuff like that, or within battles, because that's going to be our case of covering 9-hour show. Then the week after that, on June 28th, Yeah, it's June 21st. Okay. Yeah, June 14th, the Shattered's Covenant's fourth part. That's 3 p.m. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the 21st is going to be our last Saturday show for a little bit of time. Playing Road Avenger for Sega CD. This is a port of a Data East arcade game called Road Blaster, celebrating 40 years this year. The Sega CD version is something that came out in 1992, developed from Wolf Team, or developed by Wolf Team, people who made the Tales of games. They're now the arm of Namco that makes those, but made some other stuff as well. It is a first-person FMV QuickTime button driving game where you have to go and stop a group of evil gangsters who murdered your wife on your wedding day. You lived, she didn't. You're going to retool your car. You got your injuries healed. You're going out for revenge. It's quite an experience, and it is a really interesting game. And our first look at Sega CD in quite a while. It's been about 3 years. But I'm looking forward to getting behind the wheel on that one as we hit the road for the start of summer on June 21st. And then the week after that, we are not going to have live shows. We'll have 2 shows, though, on our YouTube site. They are going to be for part 1 and 2 of The Wolf Among Us, which is the point-and-click game from Telltale that was based on the DC, or the Vertigo Comics Fables, which is owned by DC. That's why I said the DC thing. I can't show that game to you fully live on the program because there's nudity that's visible, and Twitch will not allow that. They'll allow anything else, but I will not allow nudity. So I said I'll record the parts of this game. I've already recorded all of them. I just have to edit part 5, which I should be doing semi-soon. And on some of the weekends, we're not going to be here this year, of which the weekend of June 27th and June 28th, we're not going to be here. But at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on both those nights, we're going to have the first 2 parts. The part 1 on June 27th, that being the Friday, and part 2 on June 28th. Then we'll be back live on not Memorial Day, on 4th of July. I would say, yeah, we just had Memorial Day. It is another case that's kind of similar tangentially, but on 4th of July, that'll be a Friday show. We're having our celebration of it with a lot of fireworks coming outside my building, most likely, but also from a game I've wanted to play for a while, and one that I get the sense people don't know. But it's an interesting one. And it's also a celebration of Looney Tunes. We've not done enough with Looney Tunes. So I'm pulling out Desert Demolition starring Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. Came out 30 years ago for the Sega Genesis from Blue Sky Software, that being the team who made the Vector Man games and World Series Baseball. It's a really interesting one with great animations and great style. And in case we get to play as both Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote, we will show that off. It's not going to be too long a show. And it is something where, the Genesis is going to be coming back out of retirement as far as the Sega CD for Road Avenger, and then for that one on July 4th at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then the week after that, we're having another Friday show that's going to be on July 11th. That's going to be our July second chance. That will be Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from Konami, the arcade game from 1989. We played that years ago. Had a great time playing it using the Xbox 360 version that's no longer available, but I said, we can look at it again. And the way we're going to look at it again, we're just going to use Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Collection, which I have the Switch version of, which is by Digital Clips, who's making the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, and who made Atari 50 and Tetris Forever, amongst others. We'll take a look at that collection. We'll play that game, because it's not very long, and I will also show off Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game for the NES, which is the NES port of that arcade release. Had some differences, and it's an interesting one. Not as good as the arcade game, but I think that's also a case of worth looking at and seeing how they take an arcade game, put it to home. Because initially, Konami was like, we don't want to port this, and then they said, we'll port it later as far as that. And there we go. We got it going on, and I will show it to you. And it's going to be a great time, and also return to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's been a while. I know we'll do I know I said we got to do another one of those. I'll figure as far as that. And that collection is a lot we can definitely show. Maybe we could preview a couple of them. They got Turtles in Time in there. They have Hyperstone Heist. They have a lot of great old Turtles games in there for your beat-em-up pleasure. Then the weekend after that is going to be on, we're going back to Saturday, that's July 19th. We're going to be playing Space Invaders for the PlayStation. That's the request for July on Elect versus request. You want to see this 3D remake, sort of 3D remake, 3D polygonal remake, but it still plays the same way Space Invaders from Taito did. It is posted by Activision, developed by Z-Axis, that being the team behind the Dave Mirra freestyle BMX games and Aggressive Inline, as well as Thrasher's Game Destroyer for the PlayStation. It's a really cool enhancement on Space Invaders that definitely has a nice feel of Space Invaders and a good evolution on the ones we showed in Title Legends 1 last year and 2 a couple of weeks ago. We're playing through that game. We're going to show off all the levels. We're going to show off all the extras. And we're going to have a great time as far as that on July 19th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then July 26th, that was going to be the next part of Shadow Hearts Covenant. Kazan282 said he needed to do that date. But then Crusader64 said, I can't do that date. And then I said I might need to get new content for this as far as another piece of material for the show. But as it turns out, I'm not going to be able to do that weekend either. I'm going to have to be off. So we're not going to have a show on July 26th. And also swapping off when I said we're not going to have a show on August 9th last week. So instead, it's going to be July 26th. We're going to be off. But then in August, we come back swinging because we have Shadow Hearts Covenant's next part. This is part 5. That is going to be at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on August 2nd. I've already confirmed that with both Crusader64 and Kazan22. And I don't know what the ordering for stuff for August is going to be, but I do know that we will have Toe Jam and Earl. That's going to be the viewer request on the request of AJ42. As we're going into the boss without anything going on with this. I guess you also see the fact that the boss is going to, or will survive by being invincible by just letting the boss go, and we'll get out, I guess, as we see this. We'll have Toe Jam and Earl, as I mentioned, for Sega Genesis as our viewer request. I don't know what I'm doing on the second chance. I got to think about that. Or chat if you have any ideas. Feel free to let me know what you want to see. Maybe it's something we played on the show before that we can give another look to as far as our single show. I'm going to have that go that way. I think I'm also going to be starting both Medieval and Scooby-Doo Night of Utter Frights. We have those for the Halloween block, but it's also something based on how schedule's working. I'm going to do some squeezing when it comes to some of this stuff, so I don't know how that's going to work. So I might start both those early. So yeah, Halloween's coming early this year. As far as it, I think I'm going to do Scooby-Doo Night of Frights, and I might just do that as one show. I might start earlier. I might do it at the end of the month for August. I have to figure that. September, there's some stuff that's up in the air. Because on the week of September 5th and 6th, I do have something going on. I don't know if I'm going to have a show that case, or I might have something for YouTube site exclusive. It's not going to be Wolf Among Us part, because the weekend after that, I know I can't be on show because I have stuff going on. So September 12th and 13th are going to be parts 3 and 4 of The Wolf Among Us. They're going up on the YouTube site at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time those 2 nights. And then for the rest of September, I gotta figure what I'm doing on Second Chance again, and how Shadow Hearts Covenant's going on. I think I might be able to squeeze something in potentially for the first weekend. I'll have to figure that. I'll have a better answer in a few weeks, I think. I'll keep you updated, and also where Shadow Hearts Covenant's fitting into that, if we can even have it fit. But we will have, at the end of the month, just to let you know, we're going to be having, just got to get the date of this down, September 27th. Nocturne's coming back. We're going to go back to Croc Legends of the Gobbles. This has been sitting for a while because we're waiting for the HD version to come out, which is out this month physically. I still have not gotten a copy yet, or Nocturne's copy either. When I do, I'll let her know. I did say to her, it's due this month, and based on scheduling, do you think September will be good enough? And for that matter, since there is a code on Saturn, I got to talk to her about this if she actually tested it, because she said she would. To show off the extra levels she hasn't been able to unlock. And at that point, what we do is we would have the finale of the game as far as showing the rest of those levels, either within the Sega Saturn version or within the HD version. But either way we do it, it'll be the finale of the game. It'll also be our second chance, because we're going to look at the HD version. We're going to take a look at all the extras it has to offer, which I think might be a good case of it. And good close for Croc, because I know we've been waiting to do that. In October, I'm not going to be around on the 4th again, as far as it for October 4th. We're going to have the finale of Wolf Among Us going up on the YouTube site that night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And Halloween block is in full swing then. So I'll have Medieval's finale. I will probably get Medieval running then early. I just have to figure what that is. I did start playing it to get a sense of what are we doing. I know it's not a long game, but I want to be ready for that because I know I'm laughing to death requested that one. And DollyFinn requested Scooby-Doo Night of Utter Frights, and it's not long either, so I can make that happen. I'll figure that. We'll get it going, no question, for this year. And then Shadow Hearts Covenant, its part is probably going to be coming up at some point then in October, I think. And then on October 25th, I know this. We're going to be having a second chance for that month of Mega Man 7. That was on the request of Blackfirst. We played the game before. He said, I didn't know of your show when you did it the first time. I did it kind of fly-by-night when we first did it. But Nocturne's coming in for that one. We'll show off the 2-player extra mode that's in it. I'll play the whole game for it using the Virtual Console version from Wii U. It's porting the Super Nintendo version directly. That is going to be October 25th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And on Halloween night, Castlevania Chronicles for the PlayStation. That is the viewer request for October. Yeah, we definitely got to finish the month right with Castlevania for the purpose of that. And then, because of that, that'll be a show for that week. So November 1st, we don't have a show. November 8th, I'm not going to have a show either. I'm going to be off for that. And then the rest of the month is set. We have, on November 15th, we have the 20th anniversary to the day of Shadow the Hedgehog. We're playing the Xbox version. I'm going to show off the expert mode. We have Pinocchio for the Super Nintendo on the 22nd. That is on DollyFinn's request. There's our viewer request, and also our annual Disney game show for Thanksgiving, because on Thanksgiving weekend, we have our Delisted Xbox Live Showcase, Volume 2. We got tons of games we're going to be showing off. We have Limbo. We have Fez. We have the Fancy Pants Adventures. We have Sega Rally Online Arcade. We have Penny Arcade on the Rain-Slick Precipice of Darkness. We have many, many more, and I cannot wait to show all those other games for it. I'm trying to think if I have anything. Actually, no, I do have a game from this company actually show. I'll leave you to suspense of which one. But that being said, I am going to toss that one in because it's something we haven't shown from them. Actually, that one next time we come back to, I guess, the artist. Fine. Resonair, also known before as Q Entertainment, also known as United Game Arts before, also known as AM9 when they were with Sega. So, kind of goes back that way. And I don't know what we're doing necessarily in December, but we'll figure that, and I think that's the idea of it. And soon enough, I think we're going to be at the cases being done. And since we are almost at the end of this, and since I did finish the schedule, let me go through as far as the shots. This, boom, boom, boom. And since I am in traveling mode, showing this going on, I think this will work, and then this will be the end of the show. But anyway, thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for our return to Rez. I had a great time doing this. I hope we didn't have audio problems again. If I did afterwards, I'm going to be really mad at myself. It's okay that I did everything I could. I'll know that at least. So I won't let it defeat me unless, like, in this case, this game is cursed. I hope not. I really hope not. Chat's saying it's fine, and I'll take your word for it. I'm not going to say, no, I don't trust you. I just want to make sure that it's set. I really do. I got the idea of being polite, saying, like, hey, you know, if there's something off with this, I don't want to say, hey, you know what that is. I get it. But also cases where, yeah, I want to make sure this is right. Alright, fine. EarthMega. So it's a different form. Yeah, him dying is right as well. This game is absolutely right, and I love Rez and Rez Infinite. We reached the end of this area, we reached the end of the subsystem, and the end of Super Bowl Game Saturday for this week. So thank you so much for watching, everybody. I'll see you next Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Part 4 of Shadow Heart's Covenant with Crusader 64 and Chasm 22. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Have a great rest of your weekend. A great weekend coming forward. I'll see you next week. Take care, everybody.